just yet, Greg.
Sorry?
Can I
Oh, sorry.
over? Thanks.
Just put it down.
Sure. This is Bayview. He's arrived.
Yeah, he is here. So he's got a presentation. If you go into the folder, he's got a presentation and a PowerPoint. I'm on. Kia ora, good morning, everybody. We'll reconvene the hearing this morning, and I'll just check, Tony, is Miss Sweetman, Miss Depenier and Miss, everyone's online? Great, thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Mr. Wheeler. I'm assuming, thank you. We weren't quite sure whether you were coming or not because I think you've been away, so, and I had said to everyone that we weren't sure, so welcome. And we've got your presentation, your written statement, and you've got some photographs. So I'll hand over to you to your presentation. Thank you.
I think I'll use the photographs at the end. Otherwise I'll distract myself.
That's fine. Now, just on that, I mean, I think you've got 29 photographs and we've got a 15-minute slot, so I'll let you manage it how you want to within that time. Thank you. Just, can I check, can people hear Mr. Wheeler? No, can you just make sure your microphone's turned on? If you push down and push the slide across to the left-hand side so the red light...
That sounds better.
Oh, that's better. Yes, you're right now. I think,
Okay.
thank you.
That's got it. And I apologise for my voice. I had a tonsillar cancer 2 years ago. It's still recovering. My name is David Wheeler. I've been resident in Nile Street since late 2020, relocating from Waiheke Island with our 2 resident grandchildren whom we're raising. In 1992, my wife and I, with 2 of our own children, immigrated from Europe, lived in Titirangi for 17 years. We are artists and we work from our home. The prime attraction of life in New Zealand was and has remained the balance of natural and built habitat. And we promote visits to this country amongst our friends as offering what man has not done. On Waiheke, we built a property that was thermally efficient. It received a Master Builder's Gold Award for that. And energy efficiency has been a highlight of our endeavours. The home we've bought here, we've insulated to every degree possible to reduce our energy consumption. Having responsibility for 2 young children has further raised our concern for the consequences of any changes made around us. And we have to regard the future through a very different lens to the one in which we grew up. I wish to voice my opinion, my opposition to the Private Plan Change 28 Maitahi Bayview. My objection is based upon, firstly, the overall impact on the environment in the Maitahi Valley and the public amenity that it offers, and secondly, the specific effect of the construction proposal for this site. The Maitahi Valley is an area of exemplary recreational value to the Nelson region. For residents to have an unspoilt valley on their immediate doorstep, available for recreational use, is a treasure not to be threatened. In essence, the area from the Clouston Bridge is still pastoral. I base my opinion on consideration of the experience my grandchildren will have in 25 years from now. The benefits to their mental and physical health from enjoying the proximity of a natural environment will be measurable. Experiencing the contrast between urban and rural landscape on their doorstep, including the presence of livestock, offers a balanced view of life which has to be far richer than a petting zoo. We experienced similar plans to develop large tract of lands for residential housing in West Auckland. The protection of the fringes of Waitakere ranges was secured under the mayoralty of Sir Bob Harvey whilst we were there, and has proven of immense value to the region and is very much treasured by its residents. Our awareness and acceptance of the recreational value of this facility in Nelson is clearly obvious on any day of the week. Being dog walkers, hikers, runners, families, cyclists, golfers, all abound. Being a daily visitor, I observe the constant embrace of this valley. Visitors are mostly arriving on foot, not using vehicles. A special routine of ours is to spend the solstice, sunrise, winter and summer on the centre of New Zealand. This offers an excellent eastern aspect of the night sky with quality astronomical viewing. Matariki presented itself on June the 24th. Maintaining this almost dark sky experience is of great educational and cultural value, irrespective of one's heritage and background. The Maitahi Valley itself is a wonderful ecosystem to be treasured and preserved. The efforts to replant its banks and clean the water are much appreciated. Sustaining the wildlife that inhabits its banks and boundaries is a public amenity essential to the ecology of the district. our children are taught much about their guardianship role over the natural environment. I consider it our role to demonstrate action to support this teaching. The proposed infrastructure requirements of the Denny's Hole area would surely have a severe detrimental effect on the balance of nature, and recovery from such disruption would have to demand many decades. My primary concern, however, comes from taking a long-term view of this project. The proposed development would consume a large quantity of energy in all senses that I consider to be poorly utilized. The consumption of fossil fuels in shaping the land, installing infrastructure, constructing the houses, would place a severe strain on the immediate and wider environment. The development is considered as addressing a need in the community, especially for affordable housing. These properties, the affordable ones, will be located on the lower slopes and in the valley. This brings issues of ongoing living quality and energy consumption. The Maitahi Valley is notoriously colder than central Nelson. The channeling of wind down the valley has a strong cooling effect. The river also generates a raised humidity, making the air feel cooler still. I sense these on a daily basis whilst walking. Affordable housing is by necessity built to lower standards of insulation than premium property. It would therefore demand more energy consumption to heat and dehumidify. This expense would be a burden for the residents and would counter the affordable nature of the homes. Adding the cost of transport to and from the city for work, shopping and amenity would soon make the property unaffordable for the target audience. My prediction is within 10 years, these properties will be run down, vacant, in poor repair, and increasingly hard to sell or tenant. The consequence is that they are then demolished and homes better suited to the conditions of the valley are built in their place. These will be considerably more costly. This demands yet another large tranche of energy, vehicles, manpower, and materials to rectify a poor initial decision. The whole concept of affordable housing, whether that be affordable for the resident, the council, or for the environment, is thereby lost. The intent of the legislation that recommended this distribution of resources will be completely missed. For this reason, I consider the proposal should be rejected. Having recently attended a council-run workshop on coastal and flood inundation, it's clear that access to the Maitahi Valley is to become increasingly precarious. The constriction caused by the Botanics Bluff and the river is insurmountable. I have considered alternative options that could better address the demand for more housing. There's a proposed Nelson Junction retail site by the airport. These projects have elsewhere drained retail from city centres. Tauranga Crossing is a prime example of that. If Nelson can persuade its big box stores in the central city, retailers such as hunting and fishing, Kathmandu, farmers, to relocate to Nelson Junction, then plentiful space for residential building around those car parks could be optimised. The increase in inner city residents would enable small specialist retail to provide targeted service, keeping the inner city alive and thriving. Auckland Central is currently confronting this evolution. This gives the city an identity distinct from other provincial cities, making an attractive offer to tourists and residents alike. Again, in reference to the climate impact workshop, a 50-year time frame, which I consider essential for a housing project of this scale, may well involve considerable relocation of Nelson City to evade water inundation, both from the sea incursion and from river flooding coming down the valley. This again reinforces my energy expenditure argument. In an email you sent last night, which included new evidence posted on the website, I saw an article by Kate Purton expressing her discomfort over the stormwater plans being sufficient over time. This indicates a do now, resolve later concept that we cannot afford to take when facing severe climate variation. My conclusion is the ecological value of the Maitahi Valley is too great to risk being disturbed by large-scale development. The Maitahi River cannot sustain such an attack on its delicate ecosystem. The overall energy consumption of the proposed development is unsustainable. The projected demand for repair, renovation, reconstruction will render the project counterproductive. Preservation of this unique habitat and environment has more beneficial consequence for residents of Nelson City and region than the provision of new residences. And inner city dwellings have a greater probability of fulfilling the intent of the Resource Management Act. The options offered in the workshop for the future were accommodate, raise buildings, protect, build walls, gates and dams, avoid, go elsewhere, or retreat to shift the city. I suspect with those prospects before us and looking at the effects of climate change on Europe and America today, I don't think we've got 25 years. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. The statement that you've made is very similar to what we've heard over the last few days, and it's very clear what you're asking us, so I don't have any further questions. And
Apologies, I haven't been here
No, it's not an apology, it's really
Yeah.
just sort of acknowledging that
Yeah.
what you've been telling us is what a lot of others have been telling us, and it just sort of adds to the
Good.
picture that we're getting from those people who are opposing the proposal. Ms. Reid, any questions from you?
No questions from me, thank you, but thank you for coming in this morning to share your views with us.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your
Thank you
attention.
very much. So that does conclude all of the submitters that were to be heard as part of this plan change process. So again, thank you to all those submitters. We move now on to the next part of the proceedings, and I really just want to set out the rest of the hearing process. Ms. McShay's been receiving a number of requests or emails about process issues, and I just want to cover those off now so that everyone understands the process. And I did address this at the beginning of the hearing, and I know this is quite a complex process. So what we hear from now is we're going to hear from the Section 42A experts. What they are presenting to us, as I explained at the beginning of the hearing, is these are the experts who have prepared the Section 42A and the 42A addendum report. Those reports are prepared before evidence and before hearing the concerns of submitters. So what they are doing in their professional capacity, it's their professional opinion, which I made this clear, they're not presenting the views of the council, they're presenting their own professional opinions on what they have heard in the hearing and the evidence they've heard and what their views are to us. So in that respect, it's not new, it's simply reflecting their opinions on what they've heard. Once they have presented, Mr. Marston will get to reply, and he's already indicated he's going to do that reply in writing. And again, the reply will be a written reply, and as we understand, attached will be the set of provisions that would go into the Nelson Resource Management Plan should we recommend approval and the council approves the plan change. Again, in terms of the reply, Mr. Marston will, and he knows this, will be required to only address what's occurred in the hearing. It's not an opportunity to introduce anything new. It's simply to respond from the applicant's perspective of everything they've heard in the hearing. That will come in writing, and that will be available to all parties who have made submissions. So it'll go up on the it'll come to the commissioners, it will come to all the submitters. So you'll clearly be involved. So that's where there is no further opportunity for people to input into the process, and that is the process. The other issue is a number, not that many, a few submitters are providing or wanting to provide further information on what they presented. Again, we can't accept anything further once the submissions have been presented. In terms of fairness, again, to all the parties, no one's had an opportunity to consider it, and we haven't. So we can't accept anything after the fact and after it's been presented. So just on that basis, I mean, that's the process. We'll hear from the council representatives, again representing their own professional views, and I indicated earlier that the council per se doesn't have a position, and what I mean by that, the council will have to make a formal determination on our recommendation. If they accept our recommendation to approve it, then that clearly is the council position, but right now we're in this process. So hopefully that's clear to everyone. Just to follow the process, we'll hear from the council 42A team, and then we'll hear from the applicant. I think Mr. Toya was going to basically make a statement and close, and then we'll get the reply in writing. So on that basis, according to my sheet, is Ms. Sweetman going to do an introduction, or are we just going to move into the experts? Ms. Day, you might.
Understand she is going to provide an introduction.
Thank you. Thank you. And just before Ms. Sweetman does the introduction, again, thank you. We've received, I think, now all of the written statements. So again, I want to thank all the experts. I mean, what you provided so far are very succinct and quite clear views that you've got. So it's good to have had them and have read them. Mr. George is the one that's just come in lately. I've been able to skim it slightly. The others, I think we will generally read. So we'll come to how we handle that. But Ms. Sweetman, over to you.
Morena tātou, tēnā koutou katoa, ko te ahumairangi te monga, ko kai wharawhara na awa, no te whanganui a tara aho. Ko Sweetman te hapu, ko Gina tōku inua. Kei Sweetman Planning Services aho e mahi ana, he ātia kohi na kaupapa rangangi planning. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. So, Chair, I just wanted to do a brief introduction. My name is Gina Sweetman. I'm a planning consultant from Wellington, and I have been working with the team that you can see in front of you and others over the last 16 months or so on this private plan change. You all have got the note through from me today that unfortunately Mr. Georgeson has come down sick as well, yet another one. He is too unwell to be able to present today. You have his written statement, and he said he is happy to answer any questions as you may have on that, but it is unlikely he'll be able to respond to anything in writing today. Because he is feeling quite unwell. In terms of the batting order, so to speak, Dr. McEwen will be up first, and then we'll move through to Mr. Girvin for landscape, Dr. Blakely for ecology, Mr. Ridley for erosion and sediment control, Ms. Purton for stormwater and flood risk, Mr. Wilson for water sensitive design, and then myself last to respond to any final matters. Mr. Chair, how would you like to deal with Mr. Georgeson's statement? I'm quite happy to read it out on his behalf.
I've had a quick skim of it. I think what we should do is we will read it later on. If we do have any written questions for him, we'll need to put those to him quickly because Mr. Marston will need to be able to address it and reply. So let's continue on with the others, and when we get towards the end, I'll think a bit more whether I want you to read it or not. For my skimming, he's basically a couple of things I've picked up on, a couple of specific comments. In terms of these trigger provisions, where he had recommended that the Hardy Street provision comes out, he's reconsidered that and thinks that should go back in, and the applicant can pick that up when they come to it. He was broadly generally supportive, I think, of the provisions and of the triggers and the other things. And I think he doesn't particularly accord with the view that the Save the Maitahi person has. So I don't think there's anything in there which is hugely different than what his original position was. Would be my
That's
take.
Correct. Oh, so, sorry, sir, I did forget in the order that Dr. Fisher will be speaking after Mr. Ridley. My apologies.
That's fine. So my view is I think we should go through that list and we'll revisit Mr. Georgeson a little bit later.
Okay, thank you. So Dr. McEwen first.
Welcome, Dr. McEwen. Now I've just been thinking just more generally how we should do this. I mean, some of these statements are not particularly long. And I wonder whether you were thinking of reading it or whether you were thinking just hitting the highlights, because having read your statement, your position is really the same as you had initially, that you think that the building meets the category B in terms of the assessment that the Nelson Resource Management Plan has. You've been doing work with the council and reviewing all of those for the upcoming review of the plan. Your position stays the same, and that your view is it needs some greater level of protection. So within that kind of, what would you like to, do you just want to hit the highlights rather than read the whole statement?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, you might need to turn your microphone on.
Oh, it is on. Sorry, I'm
It is.
just too far away. Yes, I'm happy to, do what.
Well, it's really hitting the highlights, because as I said, I think as a general across almost all the experts, I think the position is almost the same or similar to the positions that were set out in the Addendum 42A report. So it's really for us just to understand your position and for us to clarify any issues, and then Mr. Marston in his reply can then clearly address any of the issues.
Sure. Kia ora koutou katoa. So the document that I am going to speak to this morning has a couple of attachments that perhaps it's worth mentioning. One is an extract from Appendix 1 of the Nelson Resource Management Plan, in which are the criteria used for evaluating heritage items. The second document is as an extract from a report that I co-authored with Dr. Greg Mason back in 2015, which revised slightly the assessment criteria that are going to be used for the proposed Nelson plan, but that also goes into some detail about distinguishing between Category A and Category B, or A ranking and B ranking items, because it's important, I think, to know that the methodology behind making that distinction when you have a schedule that has a number of categories available. The policy decision was made by Nelson City Council back in 2015 that the C rank of heritage items that is currently in Appendix 1 of the Resource Management Plan, that would be deleted, because the only provision for C ranked items in the current plan is tell us before you pull it down. And so it was a policy decision made by the council that actually didn't give effect to Section 6F of the RMA, because you can't protect something if you just say, ring us 2 months before demolition. And finally, the other attachment is an extract again from the Ecomos New Zealand Charter, which defines these 2 key words for heritage assessment these days: authenticity and integrity. And so, again, it's important, I think, that there's an awareness that there is a kind of a position, if you like, behind heritage assessment. It is an evidence-based qualitative matter. It's not something that one can kind of prove an objective truth about. It's not like the lights are on currently in this room or they're not. But all heritage experts, draw upon their professional expertise and professionalism and use a methodology that is attempting to be as robust and defensible as possible. And I've done about 377 odd assessments now for Nelson City Council, using the slightly revised criteria that are proposed for the new plan, and using that methodology distinguishing between A and B ranked items. I have, in my work since 2015, I've drawn upon all of the documentation that's available kind of out in the world about the heritage resources of Nelson City. They include the thematic overview by Dr. John Wilson, which is one of the documents that's been referred to by Mr. Miller. No one in heritage ever purports to kind of have summed everything up in a comprehensive and exhaustive fashion. And I appreciate that can be quite frustrating for property owners, because they'd like to just know we've put a line under that and that'll be no more. Heritage knowledge is constantly evolving. Yesterday is now history. And also, as is stated in Dr. Wilson's thematic history, there's always more to be found out. And I think that what I would suggest, one of the issues that's been raised through the hearing, is that the rural aspect of Nelson perhaps hasn't had as much attention as it perhaps might have or should have in the past, because it's a city council, it's a metropolitan council, and so a lot of the heritage assessment work is naturally focused on the urban environment. It is the nature of the beast that heritage assessment in Aotearoa is iterative. Each district plan review builds on the last, and you don't find that there's a sort of de novo situation in which kind of people start from square, day one. And to be honest, partly that's a financial consideration. It would be extremely costly to survey every building, every property in a district or city council. My entry point to this private plan change was both the submission from Ms. Sharland and also in the notified version of PPC 28, policy RE 6.1, which talked about the protection of historic and cultural heritage. So that was my entry point, and that's what led me to review Ms. Young and Mr. Miller's reports as part of the Section 42A reporting. And that at the expert conferencing there was this issue of whether or not scheduling or protection of historic heritage resources was in or out of scope. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a planner, that's not for me to say, but I have provided as part of the Section 42 a heritage assessment record form for the woolshed, and I have come, as you know, to the conclusion that merits scheduling as a B ranked item. My view is that the experts are all agreed that the woolshed has heritage value. As I think you said the other day, Mr. Hill, the bone of contention is the level of significance that the woolshed has. On the second page the third page of my summary statement this morning, I run through a number of the issues raised by Mr. Miller in his rebuttal statement of evidence. And so the key things here are that there's no question that the building has been altered and added to over time. I also acknowledge that this is a case in which none of the experts have been able to put a date to this building. Sometimes you find a tender notice in the newspaper, you find a record of the opening of a building at which, the bishop and, the landed gentry and what have you are present and so on. This is not one of those buildings, and that's not uncommon, particularly for vernacular or kind of industrial heritage items. They don't tend to have tender notices and formal openings. And so there has been some discussion about my mid-19th century question mark date within the expert testimony. There's no question that the building was extant, before the property was sold by the Richardsons in 1969. And there's historic aerials to show that it had assumed its form by the mid-20th century. So buildings are altered over time, they are added to. This is a vernacular woolshed. It is not the home of a notable kind of personage. So it's naturally of a rustic nature. I visited the site in early May with Mr. Lyle. I went inside. I've been in far more derelict or kind of rustic buildings than that one, and it's entirely in keeping, I believe, in terms of the authentic expression of what a farm building looks like after it's been well used over many, many years. Mr. Miller talked about, in his experience, buildings that have perhaps the greatest significance being closely connected to a notable person, that a building in which somebody has been born or lived their life, or where a notable event has taken place, that actually rules out a lot of the historic heritage resource of Aotearoa. If it's a building that, Ernest Rutherford or Lord or Peter Jackson has, been born in, or where a particularly notable event has been heard. And so, as I mentioned, how then might that kind of lens be applied to a church, for example, which nobody's been born or lived in, but nevertheless churches are one of the heritage buildings that are commonly recognised as having high value. The historic evidence that I think that all of the experts have compiled and drawn upon shows what a remarkable person, in particular Ralphine Richardson, was. And so I think there is the association with a highly notable person, and not only that, but a woman who was intimately connected with farming practice. And it's quite hard to find women in the heritage of farming. Even today you hear about the farmer and his wife, and all of the women I know in rural New Zealand, are doing more than just being married to the farmer. So I think it's highly problematic that Mr. Miller has undermined, in my opinion, the heritage significance of the woolshed on the basis that there's no physical fabric that can be pointed to say Queenie Richardson touched that, built that, nailed that, because that's often not the case. I mentioned too, I think perhaps I could have in my heritage report been more explicit in terms of the cultural significance of the cultural value of the building, representing the farming, the way of life of the farming practice on the run. But I will say that my heritage record form is entirely consistent with the 375 odd other reports that I have prepared for council. Culture is something that, in the way it's defined for the assessment criteria, is taken to be the way of life, the expression of how New Zealanders live. And so it sometimes is defined in quite a narrow way, but in my view, the assessment criteria invites that broader sense of the way of life of not only the Richardson women in particular, but also the farm workers and the shearers, and their contribution to the farm and also Nelson more generally. I reiterate my view that I think that the significance of the building has been underplayed because of a different reading, if you will, of the assessment criteria. I would note that although I mentioned before, I think perhaps the rural aspect of Nelson City's history hasn't come through as strongly as one might have thought. Nevertheless, it is identified in Te Ara. The Encyclopedia of New Zealand talks about sheep farming as important to the history of the district, and that sheep were being farmed here by the late 1840s, which is pretty early. Yeah. And also I would note that there are a couple of buildings that aren't currently scheduled that I have assessed. One of them is a stables at Glendowen, kind of up the road, and that dates from about circa 1845, and I've recommended that be scheduled as an A. Because of the difficulty of dating the wool shed, that is one of the factors I considered in terms of that difference between an A and a B ranking. Whereas with the Glendowen stables, it's much clearer that it does date from the mid-19th century, and therefore that does elevate its significance.
Dr. McKeown, can really cut to the chase, I think, because I think what you put in your report and what you put in this report are very clear. I think we very clearly understand your position and views, and I think your conclusions are clear. You think, as you say, that you think Mr. Miller has underplayed the heritage value. You're clear in your view that it should be a B ranking, and in terms of the way that the plan works, that needs some greater protection. Your preference would be for it to be scheduled. We don't think we've got the jurisdiction to do that. You also don't think the rule that Mr. Lyle's provided for in terms of this controlled activity is appropriate. And you think this building should have some greater level of protection. And I just wonder whether you I know we've got some questions, so rather than continue the presentation, we'll just go to questions if that's it. Thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Radd, do you?
Thank you for your report and your description. I think, as Mr. Hill has said, the rationale behind your recommendations on the scheduling are clear. But putting that to the side, one aspect that was raised by Mr. Miller that you haven't really addressed is the structural integrity of the building, and how that would be dealt with in terms of the desire to protect and conserve the building. And I guess from a lay perspective, if the building is just left, it will fall down. And his view was that it would be it would be unrealistic to restore the building because of its lack of structural integrity as it is at the moment.
Well, it's certainly the case that if you leave any building alone, it will fall down eventually. So maintenance, and repair are fundamental to any building that you want to continue to use. The integrity of the building, there was a discussion, I recall, or statements in the original reports by Ms. Young and Mr. Miller, that the building did retain a sufficient level of integrity to be considered, and that was why I point to the ICOMOS definition of integrity. Fundamentally, there is a distinction between identifying and assessing significant historic heritage resources and their management. And it's problematic because clearly if something is in really poor condition, then it will be deemed to have lost sufficient integrity and authenticity to merit scheduling. In my opinion, the building does retain sufficient integrity and authenticity. In terms of what might happen to it, then realistically, if it doesn't remain in use as a farm building, then we would be talking about an example of adaptive reuse and how might the building be conserved if it was, for example, to become part of a housing development. And in that case, the approach Mr. Miller has taken in terms of identifying structural elements, that would be when you would take a conservation plan approach and you would identify the most important fabric within the building and the potential for those items to be retained. It's possible, for example, that you might retain external fabric, but you might completely gut the building in the interior and adaptively reuse it as, you know, a pub or a cafe, which is often the fate of heritage buildings around the country. So in terms of assessing its heritage significance, beyond that baseline level of authenticity and integrity, what happens to it next is kind of another matter.
Just looking, you mentioned the ICOMOS definition. It doesn't, in my read, it doesn't really talk about the structural integrity of the building. So I read that out. It said integrity means the wholeness or intactness of a place, including its meaning and sense of place, and all the tangible and intangible attributes and elements necessary to express its cultural heritage and value. That's not the integrity that I'm referring to. What I'm referring to is just straight structural integrity and the practicality, which Mr. Miller emphasised, of retaining that building in a reasonable state. Yeah, but right. I think you've probably answered the question.
Yeah, and if I might, that's what the Ecomos Charter is about. The document is, once you've identified significant heritage value, how do you conserve that? And then it sets the parameters for conservation professionals like Mr. Miller to approach that problem, which is the management issue after you have identified heritage value.
Thank you. Ms. Tipania?
Kia ora. Thank you, Dr. McEwen. I just have a quick question about your comments in terms of culture and in terms of sheep farming and the history of sheep farming within the region. I just wondered, did you consider that those values are matters that require protection or enabling under the Act because they're at risk?
Sorry, do you mean the practice of sheep farming requiring protection? I'm not quite clear on your question, I'm sorry.
So the Act is there to protect and enable certain values, and what you're identifying is the values of sheep farming as a culture, I guess, and its history and connection to Nelson and contribution to Nelson's history. And so for me, in terms of historic heritage, are those the matters, those matters, do you consider that in terms of historic heritage as a concept under the Act, those are things that the Act envisages need protection or enabling or are at risk?
Yes, in as much as historic heritage resources are natural and physical resources that embody New Zealand's history and cultures. So my focus is upon the building as it embodies that culture, and therefore identifying that building could, under the Act, then leads to protection. It pertains to the physical resource which embodies that culture of sheep farming, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Thank you. Mr. Mark Brown?
No, thank you. Nothing from me.
Thank you, Mr. Mark Brown. Just one question for me. If we preferred Mr. Miller's evidence ultimately, and his opinion is that under the criteria that he's used, it's a C. So on that basis, your view would be that it would not need to be scheduled ultimately when the review came, if we preferred him, if we found it was a C.
I would...
I'm only asking this question because you're saying in terms of the way, because we're not considering the draft plan here, but what you were telling us is the work that's been done, it sounds like the policy decision that's been taken is anything which is a C will be dropped off. So my question is really a simple one. If we determined it was a C, in terms of your position, you would not be recommending it to be scheduled ultimately in terms of the plan.
I think probably that's largely a planning question, but my position would be that if it was recommended by the panel as a C ranked item, then I would anticipate Nelson City asking me at some point to review that C ranking for the proposed.
For the review. So that's for another day.
I think so.
If, again, we agreed with Mr. Miller and if we agreed with Mr. Lyle in terms of this controlled activity, which is the things which are to be considered to be the controllers' reserved over is the salvage of the shearers' graffiti of the rusticated weatherboards and the shearing equipment. We put that question to Mr. Miller. Neither of those, as I understand them, are of historic value in terms of what you and he have been talking about, but they are interesting things. Do you, if we agreed with him, would you support that? Those are the matters that need to be considered, or would you support that as opposed to nothing?
I do think they have historic value, so I might disagree with Mr. Miller there because my feeling is that he's privileging the kind of 19th century history of the building more than I am. But my concern about those conditions would then be compliance and monitoring, because the way
we'll put that aside, that's a completely different issue for us. So I'm really saying to you, as if we agree with Mr. Miller, do you think those things are important enough to be considered in any application?
Yes, they are features of the building that could be salvaged.
Yes. Is the answer yes? That's what you're saying?
Yes. It's hard for me to entertain that question on the given that I do think the building has significant heritage value. That's my hesitation.
I understand your position. Thank you very much for your... So I think we're coming to Mr. Gerben. Are you next on the list?
Yes, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Hello.
Now, Mr. Ger, are you happy to stay there? Would you? In fact, I prefer the witnesses here, but if it means resetting up, I'd think you just stay where you are.
I'd prefer to stay here if that's okay with you.
Fine.
But, yeah, whatever.
And again, thank you for your statement, which we have read, and I'll just open it, but I'll hand over to you to go through it. I think, again, if I'm correct, your position is largely unchanged from the quite extensive questions we had with you and Mr. Milne.
Yep, correct.
Great,
yep.
Thank you.
So, my name's Reece Given, obviously the Landscape Architect 42A Reporting Officer. In essence, my conclusions from my Section 42A report remain the same, and I've not identified any significant matters through the course of this hearing which changed my overall opinion. I'm happy to read through my written statement or just go through the key points. So whatever.
I think because we've read it, and I think, as I said, your position is largely similar. I think hit the key points, which is the important issues, I think. Okay.
So I'll go through the key points. There's about 5 or 6 points that I've summarised in my my written statement. If we start with the significant landscapes. So one of the questions that has come up is about the extent of the significant landscape of the Maitahi River. So through the Landscape Nelson study, as adopted in the PPC 28 proposal, the boundary of that landscape has been defined in this area outside where the development areas are proposed. In my opinion, that is correct. I think that it is a landscape. I think it's a landscape in that it's the river, its margins, plus the open space context that occur along the Maitahi Valley. So it's that whole that makes a coherent landscape. So I'm comfortable that the site adjoins that significant landscape but is separate from that landscape. In that context, I think that it's really important to then manage the potential adverse effects on that significant landscape. So I think the key things there really are about the interface, so ensuring that open space interface is appropriate, and then the context of what that landscape provides. So significant, and they talk about the revegetation as part of the slopes in terms of integrating development within that landscape. I think the other thing about the Kaka Valley is, and it's part of the reason why I think there's a difference there, is it is reasonably well contained from the Maitahi Valley. I think in terms of when one's within the Maitahi Valley, it adjoins, but there's a separation that's apparent within those landscapes. So I guess I've taken those two things into account in terms of how you contain development and what the interface of the development must ensure. So I think the open space provisions along the boundary and the revegetation as part of the development are key aspects there. I guess just in terms of that interface, and we've had the benefit of the cross sections, which have been really helpful in the indicative master plan, and I have identified some concerns with Mr. Milne about just how that. I guess the terracing, if you like, that is created within the open space edge, and I think that's a really kind of key thing to be mindful of, that we are in an open space corridor, and there's going to be an interface created should this development be approved. So ensuring that that terracing is part of what separates the site from that open space context of the Maitahi Valley. So ensuring that the natural character of that floodplain that's created is maintained appropriately. The second significant landscape is Kākahel, and I think there's general agreement that yes, it's significant, and the efforts to revegetate that and protect that are applauded. So I think there's kind of general consensus there. The second key issue is around the Gateway Greenbelt concept. So yeah, I have carefully considered that, which was raised through both Ms. Stephen and the rebuttal of Mr. Milne, and I agree that there is a gateway, or the site occurs in the context of a gateway, shall we say. I guess in terms of that, I don't consider development will inherently detract from that gateway, and I guess in terms of that, I've taken into account the ability to remain beyond what is an open space context and remain relatively separated from what is the Maitahi Valley kind of gateway experience. So I guess remain beyond an established and reinforced open space buffer. And the other aspect of that is that Ralphine Way development that already sits there. So it's part of the key characteristic of that gateway that occurs. So I guess I'm comfortable that in terms of that gateway will occur. I don't think it'll inherently sort of shift or be detract from what kind of that gateway experience will be. It's still on the edge of what Nelson is, and entering into the kind of the broader Maitahi Valley as a rural landscape. So I guess I've considered that carefully and comfortable with where that's landed. Ridgeline Skyline development, that's the third kind of key issue. And I guess this is one of the ones that I've constantly reiterated through my 40-day report. I think that we've got to be really careful with skylines here, and in particular, there's the Melvin Hill skyline, and there's the Botanical Hill skyline. And in terms of the, I guess where will we go with this? I guess the first thing around those skylines is that they have been mapped as part of the Nelson landscape study, and they've all been agreed through landscape witnesses that is the skylines. So a skyline is one of those concepts that it occurs where you are, like with the perspective of where you are. So in different parts of Nelson, landforms can appear along the skyline. But I think when managing the skyline implications for Nelson, it's, what has been defined has been agreed, and I think are the key skyline areas that need to be kind of managed carefully. So I guess I'm comfortable with that, and I note there's agreement across the landscape experts in terms of where they occur as part of that mapping exercise. So I guess given that recognition, I think the skyline above Botanical Hill in the area that I've termed above Walters Bluff is really important. And I note that the applicant has now looked at more careful management of that area in terms of restricted discretionary activity. And I think it's the form of what the development may be in that location, and the location of where the development sits are two kind of key parts of what we need to be careful of there to ensure that we don't get prominent development, that sawtooth development that stands out and detracts from the from what is recognised as a sensitive part of the landscape. The other thing that I've flagged in terms of skyline management is there was the provision in X.5c around there's a line and you have to tick out where you see the skyline from. And I've always been kind of concerned about how that would operate. It's not really a kind of it requires an assessment to know whether you breach it. So, and
there was a point I was raising, which I'll put to Ms. Sweetman and Mr. Lyle, I'm sure will.
Yep, no, I've got, so I guess just in doing that, I've been discussing that with Mr. Milne in terms of how that works, and I think it comes back to the fact that we have these skylines already mapped as part of the part of the district plan. And there's from what I understand through the discussion with Mr. Milne, there's an acceptance that all of that skyline area would have a restricted discretionary status. So that kind of consideration of how we might manage the effects in that location need to be addressed. So on that understanding, I support the restricted discretionary status across all of the skylines across that area. I guess the key thing there being the location and form of development being the key things considered. The fourth thing is, I think that's the key things there. The fourth thing is around natural character. So, and we've canvassed that both in terms of the coastal environment, natural character, and I guess my view is really clear there that I think that there's a study that's been done in accordance with NZCPS Policy 1. I'm comfortable with that line's landed. I'm also kind of comfortable that captures a low to moderate level of natural character in this part of Nelson. And in that context, I'm comfortable that there's no the preservation of natural character can be preserved. So I guess the second aspect of natural character is around the lower Carcass stream. And I note that there has been a difference in opinion in terms of the level of natural character of the lower Carcass stream. I guess in my view, I don't think it's very low in terms of the natural character. And I guess when I say that, if we put natural character on a spectrum from very low to very high, and very low is as low as it gets. So you're effectively talking about the highly engineered, canalised kind of streams that kind of really are incapable of recovery. So I think it's really important to note that, because that's not what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with something that does have natural character and it is capable of recovery. So I guess our baseline of where we start isn't at the bottom, right. It's somewhere above that. So I think in terms of reflecting on what we need to manage, it's ensuring that we don't get any worse than that and we want to get better. So in terms of preserving natural character, I think reflecting that there is a natural level of natural character in that context which can be recovered is important. I guess in terms of that too, just in terms of provisions, I think I note that's been included within policy, but through discussions with Mr. Milne, I guess making that explicit as part of X.9, that natural character is one of the matters that gets considered when we're looking at kind of assessing the implications of change in that context. And it really is around the implications of structures in this context. So when we're looking at things like detention dams or other things which may occur, this is a really a key aspect to get right. So we've got to consider the natural character and the implication of canalising and degrading what is already there further. So the fifth thing is around the residential green overlay and revegetation overlay. So this is the last sort of key area, and I know we've now got these areas, and I agree that they're really kind of helpful. I guess it comes down to what they mean, and I think through discussions with Mr. Milne around this, there's also been an agreement that it's not just sort of putting them back and replanting them at the end of it all, but it's about keeping these things aside, and they are the geotechnically constrained and the steepest slopes, so that's sort of what's informed them. So I understand that there's an acceptance that a discretionary activity consent for earthworks would be appropriate in that context. I think the other aspect is then what does revegetation mean, and we've got a plant palette and we've got kind of insurance of that, but just the site coverage kind of aspect. So the other thing that we've talked about is like a performance centre, a measurable kind of place that these things will land, and the idea of 80% canopy cover over 80% of the area is what we've been talking about, which is something that I'm familiar with, that's been implicated in other places. So we can say, what does revegetation mean, and we can have a kind of a standard that this thing must achieve in terms of an outcome that's measurable. Right. And that's, I understand, supported with Mr. Milne as well.
That user thing, I think Dr. Blakely has similar concerns about it and how it will function and what its function is, so we'll come to that. Yeah,
so I guess that's right, exactly, supporting kind of that concept. I'm from a landscape perspective, it is about this assists integrating development in this context. So I think it's the understanding is that it'll be development within this significant revegetation. So what does that mean, and how will we ensure that that's the case? I think those things need to be clearly kind of identified. And that leads me to my conclusion. So, I'm happy to read that out or take questions.
Why don't you read them out?
Okay, so conclusion. So, from some locations in Nelson, I accept that development enabled by PPC 28, if approved, would result in changes in views. In my opinion, such views do not automatically result in significant adverse effects. What is important when managing the potential for adverse effects is ensuring such change responds well to the character of the landscape and reinforces its significant landscape values, which also remain apparent. In the context of the Maitahi Valley, I consider the key landscape values which must be addressed reflect the coherent and widely valued open space landscape of the Maitahi River and its associated natural character, as well as the prominent green backdrop of Kaka Hill. In the context of the Botanical and Melbourne Hills, I consider such landscape values reflect the need to protect the prominent and undeveloped green backdrop and skyline visible from the city, and the coherent visual backdrop of the adjoining more developed aspect of the Melbourne Hills, which extends to the northeast and remains comparatively more contained from the city. Whilst I agree that there will be some inevitable adverse landscape effects, I consider the revised structure plan combined with measurable outcomes across revegetation overlays, increased skyline protections, and increased natural character revisions offers the ability to manage potential for more significant adverse effects. Provided such beneficial outcomes are assured, I agree with Mr Milne that subdivision and development enabled through PPC 28 would enable no greater than moderate adverse landscape effects beyond the site, and that such development can ultimately be absorbed as an integral part of Nelson's landscapes. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for that. Just go to questions. Ms. Tepanier, do you have questions of Mr. Gervin?
I don't have any questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Gervin. I really appreciated the way you clearly set out your conclusions specifically. I thought that evidence was really helpful. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Mr. Mark Brown?
Yes, I have a question. Thank you, Mr. Gervin. My question relates, you did touch on it, I think, that my question is, do the provisions as they sit at the moment, in your view, offer appropriate protection or addressing the issues, landscape issues that would arise, for example, of a detention dam in one of the valleys that, because of the need for structural competence, can't have trees or extensive vegetation growing on it? We have talked about these things at various times in the past, so that's my question.
Yes, so I guess that's what I was touching on in terms of how specifically Provision X.9 operates, and that's where I consider natural character needs to be part of that consideration. And I do have concerns that there's sort of almost an assumption that these things are a given, and there will be kind of implications to natural character if they're not managed appropriately. So I think I haven't seen the reviewed provisions which incorporate that. But that's why I think it's important.
So, in other words, a consent application would need to, the landscape assessment would need to assess how that deals with natural character. And then that's an opinion of a landscape expert that has been put into the consent decision, if you like. Is that how it would work?
I believe so, and I think that's where I've also referred to kind of ensuring the baseline of natural character is important, is understood appropriately. So we're not starting at the bottom; we're starting somewhere up from the bottom in terms of that level. And when we're putting these structures in, we're not ultimately kind of ending up with something more engineered and less natural. The natural elements, patterns and processes which are capable of recovery are a key aspect of how these things need to be integrated. And there may be instances where the consequences could result in a reduction in what those natural elements and processes, elements, patterns and processes are now, and that could be a reason to suggest that it needs to be refined or it's not appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just
that's all I have.
Thank you.
Clarifying that comment on baseline natural character, and I appreciate what you're recommending, but just to clarify, are you suggesting that there does need to be more of a baseline audit of natural character done at this stage, or is it really just that if the development is to proceed, as it proceeds, there needs to be clear recognition of the baseline level of the natural character associated with whatever that particular development would be?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I acknowledge the work that Mr. Milne's done in terms of assessing natural character in this context. I guess the challenge I have there is that it suggests that there's a very low level of natural character in Kaka Stream. So I think that's probably where, it's almost like that needs to be acknowledged as the starting point. That's what I guess my concern is. There's sort of our baseline, if you like, is suggesting that it doesn't really matter. It's sort of at the bottom, so we can kind of do what we like, which is not the case. So in terms of how that would work, I think it's probably a review of what that report's sort of suggesting, so that we kind of, whenever I look at natural character, it's looking at the existing and the post-development conditions, and it's that comparison that we kind of determine our effects. So I think probably not answering your question explicitly, but that's what's the concern is really of what I've got, that we need to ensure that it doesn't get worse and it can only get better. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's
Yeah.
That's clear.
Yeah.
And yes, thank you for a really clear summary of your position.
Cool.
Thank you very
you.
much.
Thank you for me too. I mean, we could probably spend all day talking about natural character. I mean, it's a continuing thing. What is natural character? And to a lot of people, it means a lot of things, a lot of different things.
Exactly.
Again, nothing further from me. Thank you very much
Cool,
for
thank
your
you.
statement.
Cool. Cheers.
Excuse me, Chair, could I just clarify that you're happy to excuse the experts once they have completed their presentation?
Yes, we are. Thank you. So I think, yes, once they're presented, happy to go. If I'm just thinking about sort of the sediment control, stormwater, if they're able to stay, because there might be questions across. I don't know whether they've got flights to catch or whatever, but there's a sort of a group of those witnesses which might need, but certainly I think Dr. Blakely, can certainly go once she's given her presentation, and then we'll refer the others. But yes, as a general rule, yes, thank you. Dr. Blakely, so I keep pronouncing your name incorrectly, Blakely, come to your statement. Now, we got it this morning, and I've skimmed it, so you might want to, I don't know whether you want to step us through as Mr. Gervin did, or whether you want to read it. How best for you to present?
Kia ora tātou.
Okay.
To be honest, I'm happy to do either. So I have got a further summary that I can talk you through.
No, I'm happy for you to step us through the key points as Mr.
Sure.
Gervin did, I think, and everyone's got the written statement, and none of them are that long. So
Yeah,
great, thank
sure.
you.
Okay, great. So I guess I first want to acknowledge the amendments to the structure plan and the provisions because they have gone some way to addressing my concerns. However, I remain uncertain on a number of matters, and I'll talk you through those. Some of these are around the purpose, intention, objectives, for example, around vegetation overlays, the vegetation fauna management plan. Some of this is very much how the policy works, and I've discussed my concerns with Ms. Sweetman, and I've also provided recommendations to the applicant in my joint witness statement in Section 42A report and the addendum. So I'll touch on some of those briefly, but of course it largely sits with Ms. Sweetman and Mr. Lyle.
Thank you.
Other matters of concern for me, I guess, can be broadly summarised as information gaps. And I'll go into that in a bit more detail. So in my written statement, I've lumped things together, I suppose, in some headings. So if we look at the first one, so that's protection, enhancement and restoration of Indigenous vegetation and habitats for Indigenous fauna. So I think the key things in there from my perspective are, as I understand it from the applicant's ecologists, and particularly Dr. Robertson and Mr. Farrant, the revegetation overlay in rural zones and the residential green overlay are to achieve significant ecological enhancement and protection of Indigenous biodiversity. I still am unclear on the purpose of the overlays, and again, as I said before, around the objectives, policies and rules that relate to these. I heard from Dr. Robertson, that he considers the revegetation overlays will connect and restore ecological values and recreate and strengthen ecological corridors and linkages. For me, it's that information is still missing on the structure plan. So I think the structure plan needs to include ecologically meaningful biodiversity corridors. And I have provided previous thoughts on what those need to connect with. I do think it's commendable, the inclusion of those overlays. but again, sorry, I feel like I'm repeating myself. I'm unclear on the objectives and really the guts of what it's all about. You know, what's the purpose of that from an ecological perspective? I think it's important when we look at the Vegetation and Fauna Management Plan. Again, that's an excellent addition. I do think it's important that there should be a whole of PPC 28 Vegetation and Fauna Management Plan, and that should be prepared at the structure plan stage. The reason I think that's important to have a site-wide approach is because it will help to identify the ecological constraints and opportunities and address cumulative effects. Considering my understanding of the applicant's position is that these overlays, vegetation overlays, are around ecological enhancement and protection of Indigenous biodiversity. I think it's important to consider a bespoke rule on vegetation clearance within the residential and rural zones, particularly because of the permissive nature of the existing rules in the plan. My next main point is around inclusion of waterways on the structure plan. This is something I've raised before. A lot of what I'm talking about is not new, or all of what I'm talking about is not new. Just to reiterate, I think it's important that all of Kaka Stream, so that includes its headwater tributaries, should be included on the structure plan. And in fact, there are probably, in my opinion, some other waterways that don't form part of Kaka Stream, but are part of Maitahi catchment that should go on the structure plan to set the spatial framework, again to identify the ecological constraints and opportunities. This is really important, I think, around particularly when we turn our minds to how a river is defined in the RMA sense and the NPS freshwater management sense. And I know that the Nelson plan has some further definitions on what an intermittent river is. My understanding is that there's also some pretty clear guidance that Kaka Hill tributary, and in my view that is all of Kaka Hill stream, is essentially included as a river. And of course that has pretty important implications from a constraint perspective on what can and can't or should and shouldn't be done as far as policy is concerned for working in waterways. And I think, so the next component is realignment of Lower Kaka Stream. I know there's been a lot of conversation around this. I still strongly remain of the view that Kaka Stream does not need to be realigned to achieve ecological enhancement. I have listened to the applicant's position on this, and particularly Mr. Markham and Mr. Farrant's views. I agree that there are some benefits to the freshwater ecology from aspects that I've talked about in my written statement. But again, to reiterate, I think these ecological enhancements can be achieved without realignment, and also importantly, they could be achieved without the private plan change process proceeding as well. I've provided in my written statement, I guess, my additional thoughts around that, and we can, maybe that's stuff that we'll come to in questions instead. Mr. Farrant reiterated the benefit of immediate shading if the stream were to be realigned to the true right. I guess my view on that is that shading would come from the hillside and some existing trees, but that is quite dominated by exotic and deciduous trees. And I think from an ecological perspective, that's really important to consider, because deciduous trees, they obviously have a seasonal flux of leaf litter fall, and that can have quite significant impacts on how the stream functions. And I know in the waterways that I often work in, that's a real problem with the leaf litter breakdown and the consequences that has for habitat quality and water quality. Shading could also be achieved relatively quickly through some other kinds of avenues, for example, planting fast-growing native grasses, and they could even be used as sacrificial species, I suppose, or sacrificial planting, and have a bit of a wider planting palette to eventually grow up trees and things like that. So to summarise on the realignment component, I don't consider it appropriate that the structure plan and its provisions rely on and provide policy support for the realignment of Kakascripta Stream. Riparian Width and Esplanade Reserve. I still strongly believe that a requirement for the buffer width of at least 20 metres on each side of the stream should be included to existing provision X7. I think I've laid out my reasons and my thinking behind that. Just to, I guess, reiterate, my recommendation around that is based on best available knowledge on riparian buffer widths, and there's some really good evidence out there to show that 20 metres is a pretty good width to aim for. It supports self-sustaining Indigenous vegetation. It also has fewer maintenance requirements with narrow buffers. And in fact, buffer widths of less than 10 metres are unlikely to protect ecological function or in-stream fauna. So bigger is better is really the rule of thumb, and I would have concerns around the minimum width of 40 metres is great, but I think it needs to state that it should be 20 metres each side where that's possible based on natural topography and geology. I think from an ecological perspective, as an ecologist, I need to be thinking about ecological outcomes here, and that's my recommendation to get the best for the system. Appropriateness of location of stormwater management devices. I do continue to have concerns about the appropriateness of locating stormwater management devices within the riparian margin and online attenuation basins. When we think about online attenuation basins, I'm considering the construction of a dam and the install of a culvert to convey Kaka stream at base flows. Of course, I'm not going to get into the nuts and bolts of that because that's not me. I'll defer to others on that. But I will comment on the construction and operational effects and on fish passage. So I have got a lot of experience working on construction sites. And working with contractors, including right through from design stage to on-the-ground building of things, as far as overseeing and managing ecological effects. And I do know that construction activities can have significant effects on freshwater ecology, sediment discharge, sediment deposition, which brings smothering of habitats, and also disturbance, injury and mortality of freshwater fauna. I've also got extensive experience in assessing and designing fish passage, and I'm very familiar with the needs of New Zealand's freshwater fishes. I do consider it may be possible to design and construct online attenuation basins, and particularly thinking about fish passage, but I also think that it is complex, and I think it needs to be considered further. I've laid out some matters that I think are particularly important, and I also heard those from Mr. Markham. I think the take-home message from that is that it's not easy, and it does need to be carefully considered. Further, I think it's really important to know what species of fish are present or should be present if there are existing barriers. And I'm not yet convinced that there's adequate information on that. The applicants' ecologists have done a good job of assessing, but I think that there are some gaps on the ecology. Another point that I'd like to note is my concern around both online attenuation basins and other engineered stormwater treatment devices within close proximity to the waterway. And that's again around what we've heard around deep-rooted vegetation not being able to be planted in those engineered slopes. And I think that's particularly important about really thinking about the ecological function, or what the waterway needs, and for this riparian margin to be functioning really well. Bringing shading and bank stability and food and habitat resources for both in-stream and terrestrial fauna. So I think that needs to be considered. And considered as to whether there are suitable places that could be placed further back so that it doesn't take away from the ecological function of the stream. And lastly, I guess just some general comments on general effects on freshwater ecology. And I know Dr. Fisher will be also talking about freshwater ecology and water quality. So in my Section 42A report and addendum, I discussed general effects of urbanisation. You also have heard from others on that matter. We know pretty well. There's really good national and international knowledge on effects of urbanisation on waterways. One thing that has occurred to me that I've heard in this hearing is Ms Stevens' concerns regarding the short catchment at the south end of Melbourne Hills, sitting Branford Park or Olive Hill Way. It's not a named waterway. I very briefly viewed this yesterday. It was very late in the day because we had some difficulty getting here yesterday. But based on my experience, I had enough time and enough light left to have a little bit of a look at the waterway. I also need to acknowledge that it was after some rainfall events. So I think from what I can understand from the council's website, there was something like 20 mils of rainfall preceding. So it hasn't been dry, has it? But I did note that there's a small stream there. It has a well-defined bed in places, and it has cobble and fine substrates. It possibly flows quite a lot of the time of the throughout the year. And more importantly, thinking about what I think about or what I see as an ecologist, I also noted the presence of caddisfly pupae and other macroinvertebrates on the rocks and stones in the stream. So to me, that suggests that it does have flowing water most of or all of the time. This is, I'm pointing this out because it hasn't been included in the ecological assessment so far, and there haven't been any assessments done on this waterway, and I understand that it may be sitting within an area that isn't going to be subject to any stormwater treatment or stormwater management. So it may receive untreated stormwater discharges, and depending on the activities that go on up in the headwater of this waterway, it could also be subjected to changes such as reduced flow permanence, and this needs to be further considered. That's it from me.
Thank you. Again, thank you very much for the way you've taken us through that. Ms Ratt, do you have questions for Dr Blakely?
Again, thank you, Dr Blakely, for that. I unfortunately didn't get a chance to have a read through it before, so great to have your summary. No, I think your comments and concerns are quite clear to me, and I don't have any further questions at this stage. Thank you.
Mr Mark Brown?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr Blakely. My question relates to the overall, well, not the overall, but the riparian management width 40 metres. I understand what you were saying, that you want that achieved where practical. My question is, in your view, would it be worthwhile or useful to include a minimum for one side? In other words, if when you get down to the detailed design, the applicant says we can't really do 20 metres this side, we can do 15, and then we'll do 25 the other. Is there any value in having an absolute minimum, in your view, on one side?
I think that's essentially what I'm saying, that a minimum of 20 metres on each side. I also note that there would be an avenue to seek to reduce a 20 metre minimum width on each side through a discretionary activity consent. Of course, that would then need to be understood with further information. So I guess to hopefully answer your question, I think that it should be in addition to the existing provision. So a total minimum width of 40 metres with a minimum of 20 metres each side where possible. And that where possible I think should be based on natural features that might be constraints, rather than thinking about the design and the other elements per se.
And then some trigger, you're saying that if they want to do less than 21 side, that then has to be supported and becomes discretionary part of the consent.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Nothing further from me again. I think the position you've set out is very clear, and I think it's been consistent pretty much through that 42A process and now, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's close enough to 10:30. We'll take the break. What I'm going to suggest is that we take an extended period. We take until 11 o'clock so that the four commissioners can read the transport provisions, and I'll discuss with them over the break whether there are any questions, and then we can and then we can deal with that and make Mr. Marston's life a bit easier. So if we take the break for half an hour, or slightly longer than half an hour, we'll read the transport evidence and we'll come back at 11 o'clock, and I think then we start with Mr. Ridley. And I think there's a package of controls. Good. All right. So until 11 o'clock, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We'll reconvene the hearing. The additional time was useful. We've read Mr. Georgeson's transport statement, and I've managed to talk to the other two commissioners as well. We don't have, and Ms. Sweetman, we don't have any additional questions for him. We've read his statement. There are a couple of amendments which he suggested, which Mr. Marsden, you can just, in your reply, consider whether you think those are appropriate or not, but we don't need to explore any of those with him. So on that basis, we don't need to hear from Mr. Georgeson.
Housekeeping matter. While we're sitting here, the team, Ms. Duncan was taking photos of us for the purpose of...
Sorry, who was?
Ms. Duncan, for the purpose of uploading to social media, and our Fauna and the team, they actually don't consent to being at a hearing for that purpose.
Ms. Duncan, can you hear that? Can you delete your photos? The Fauna no, do not agree to it. So if you could delete all those, that would be appreciated. Thank you very much. Thank you. So on that basis, we'll continue, and let me just bring up Mr. Ridley, I think, is next, is on the list. Welcome, Mr. Ridley. How do you want to take us through your statement?
Morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to read it, and I'm also happy to do the highlights. I mean, it has been pre-circulated. I think the applicant
has got it.
Has got it as well. So.
If you can hit the highlights, as the other witnesses have, I just want to at this point. I don't want you to make any comment on the existing Bayview development. The Bayview development, as you know, is not before us. And the issues you comment on are resource consent matters, and of course we're at the plan change stage. There has been a bit of discussion, and the applicant's kind of covered off issues about compliance and all those sort of things, so it's not relevant to us at all. So I don't want any comment on the Bayview development.
No, that's fine. The only reason I raised it in this, I apologise, sir, was simply because it was raised through the applicant's evidence. So
it was raised, and I think we've dealt with it, and they've sort of acknowledged that there were a couple of breaches, but as I said, it's a resource consent matter and it's not before us. So I think we should really focus on, and again, I think your position is really unchanged in the context of the disagreement, I'll say, or the contention between you and Mr. Parsonson. So I think we'll focus on that. Just the other issue, while you're here, that Mr. Marsden might be covering this off in the reply, just this whole issue of Earthworks and the permitted activity status rule. I don't think we should go there either, in the sense of it's my understanding, and this is the bit that Mr. Marsden might want to cover off in his reply, is the plan change is essentially to the district plan, and there are some objectives and policies which we accept which are wider, which is necessary, but the Earthworks provisions in the Nelson Resource Management Plan say they're both regional and district, but the scale we're talking at, in my view, are clearly regional in terms of those Section 30 functions. So I question whether we would have any scope or jurisdiction anyway to cross over into other permitted activity standards across the plan.
Yeah, just a comment on that, sir. The level of permitted activities, earthworks that would occur on a site such as this, on a development such as this, is significant. And my simple point is that if we ignore those earthworks, we're ignoring potentially up to 50% of the earthworks that will occur as part of this development.
And I think that's the point you've made, and I suppose the point I'm making is that applies to every property across the Nelson Resource Management Plan that applies, and not just to this area. So hence, I understand the point you're making. It's just that I don't think that we have any jurisdiction to do anything about that. But I understand what you're saying to us. In that case, you think the adverse impacts and the provisions in terms of Section 32 may not be appropriate. I understand that, but I don't want to. Well, Mr. Marsden, is that your understanding?
I agree with your analysis. However, in the design of the provisions, we are having an eye to the concern that Mr. Ridley is articulating through the mechanisms of development and subdivision consent processes.
Right. Broadly.
More broadly.
Yeah,
But I agree with you. I don't think we should be trying to do a district rule refit.
Okay, thank you. So, I mean, that really just covers off those points. So, I'll hand back over to you and to deal with the other matters.
Thank you, sir, and good morning. As we said, I'll take my summary as read, and particularly in reference to my original Section 42A report and the addendum report which supports that. I'll just touch on the key themes and read some key paragraphs from my summary. I will not refer to the existing Bayview development as per the details in my summary, and I will also exclude the permitted secondary earthworks activities discussions as just discussed. So the first theme is the extent of earthworks. And in paragraph 4, I just point out it's critical to acknowledge that even with best practice erosion sediment control measures in place, that there will be sediment discharges, and that's accepted within the earthworks industry. However, for this plan change hearing, the extent of these discharges from a sediment yield and effects perspective is the key element that, and I'll add the words there, that is missing and requires understanding. So that's my fundamental, it's not even really a concern, just the fundamental gap for me is I don't actually know what I'm assessing from an earthworks point of view. The primary way to ensure that effects are managed to a level that is acceptable is to understand the extent of earthworks, understand the potential sediment yields, and from that allow an assessment of suitability or otherwise of the earthworks to occur or to be managed in a different way. Limiting earthworks to suitable locations only and then imposing open area limitations on earthworks are two recognised key tools that ensure such earthworks are appropriate and can be managed within a best practice envelope. So that's sort of the extent of earthworks. In paragraph 9, I talk about there, in my opinion, to not undertake those steps for this challenging site, and just to add something there as well, I note that the applicant has accepted that it is a challenging site from an earthworks perspective. So to not undertake those steps at this proposed plan change stage is a significant flaw and will lead to unnecessary and potentially significant sediment yields. I just want to highlight something in paragraph 10, and I was listening to this on YouTube, Mr. Harley's oral evidence on Wednesday the 13th, where it was noted that there had been an assessment and subsequent exclusion of land from development based on various technical disciplines, including geotechnical, engineering, views and access, and I think they were the words that Mr. Harley referred to. I can, however, find no evidence that this process included assessment of earthworks and erosion and sediment control aspects. While I agree that such a process of development suitability assessment is a key, the step of consideration of erosion and sediment control must occur within the same process and can only occur in an informed way with an assessment of sediment yields. And in paragraph 11, it's importantly, this process of inclusion of erosion and sediment control at this stage of the plan change should be, and in my view is no different from the inclusion of other technical disciplines as described and as we've heard about over the last couple of weeks. So that's all I was going to just highlight in terms of the extent of earthworks. I think my position's quite clear, and I'm sure you'll have some questions around that. I'll skip existing Bayview development. Thank you. And I will go to my next theme, which was the Schedule X12, the additional earthworks requirements. I don't think I need to highlight anything there, sir. That it's clear what my position is on that. Nothing's changed there, and the Section 42A report clearly outlines what the situation is there, and Ms. Sweetman's working with Mr. Lyle on some of those provisions. I'll skip the permitted activity earthworks, and I'll go to the theme of effects of earthworks, of sediment. And again, I don't really want to read or highlight anything there. I'll just take that as read, and it's as per my Section 42A. I do want to comment, as per paragraph 41, that it's important to note that sediment has recognised far-reaching effects. Dr. Blakely talked about this. It's important that there should not just be a focus on the immediate receiving environment, such as Denny's Hole, but also the wider freshwater and marine environments. There's a lot of talk through the hearing about flushing of sediment out of Denny's Hole. That may well be correct, and in my assessment, that's not a solution, and it's simply transfer transfers the
down.
sediment issues further downstream. So again, you'll be aware of that, but just to highlight that, that particular point. And just finally, the theme about the stormwater management plan. I'm a bit perplexed about the stormwater management plan. I haven't provided any feedback or technical assessment on the stormwater management plan through the process, and that's simply because the stormwater management plan has a sole focus on hydrology and operational stormwater management. And I think there has been a little bit of confusion between the difference between operational stormwater management and construction erosion sediment control. The stormwater management plan is all about operational stormwater management. As I've said in paragraph 35, the SMP is designed for operational stormwater management, and minimal, if any, consideration has been provided to earthworks and erosion sediment control. And just in the other paragraphs, I'll just highlight some sections out of the proposed policy RE 6.3 and also out of the latest draft SMP, which sort of confirm that position. So that's very quick and very brief.
Okay.
So I hope that's enough to give you a bit of a flavour. I think it's quite clear what my position
And
is.
I think that's the point. I think your position is very clear, and I think, again, as I said to Dr. Blakely, I think you had a consistent view through the process, and you maintain that view. So I'll just check with your questions. Mr. Mark Brown, do you have questions of Mr. Ridley?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Ridley. Sorry that this probably slightly disembodied voice from the ether, but I'd like to get into, if I can, and perhaps forbearance of the chair, get into a little bit of discussion with you, because we do have some shared work together in the sediment area over a number of years, albeit perhaps brief and intermittent. But I just really want to recap that in terms of trying to explain the differences between you and Mr. Parsons. And so I think it's probably over 20 years ago now, with parts of Manukau City that were in the process of urbanisation. There was a lot of work done by NIWA looking at sediment, and could this ever be developed? And it went in lots and lots of stages. I was not up with it all, but my understanding since then, in Auckland anyway, is that because of the increase and improvement in technology, including chemical treatment, which I know you say has been on for 20 years, so that's probably about fits in with what I'm saying. My understanding, also together with innovations that you yourself have implemented or suggested, including for the Warkworth to Wellsford motorway, hearing for resource consents, which I was sitting on, and you gave expert evidence on monitoring of suspended solids, suspended sediment in runoff from earthworks, and how that could be used to do adaptive management. So I guess what I'm saying is my understanding, I guess, probably more aligns with what Mr. Parsons is saying, which that is that the technology has really improved a lot. That he's confident that it can be addressed at the resource consent stage, rather than having to do modelling perhaps at a catchment base, which is what you're saying should be done for plan change. So I guess perhaps a general response to that, and perhaps also have you, apart from the Akura project in Auckland, which we have talked about, have you had experience with other plan changes where modelling has had to be done as part of the plan change?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mark Brown. I'll try and answer those questions. I think there was two questions in amongst that. In terms of the improvements, technical advancements, if you like, for erosion sediment control, I am in agreement that technical advances have been made, but what I'm saying, and I suggested this the other day as well, in the last 5 to 10 years, effectively the technology in terms of the types of controls that we're using on site are basically the same as what they always have been. Chemical treatment's been in place for 20 years. We're fine-tuning sediment retention ponds. The structural controls themselves haven't really changed much. There's a lot of, I won't call them innovative, but there's a lot of proprietary products available on the market now. Some work, some don't work. So we're seeing a lot of that, but effectively those structural controls are much the same as what they have been for quite some time. Where the advancements have been made on most earthwork sites in the last 5 years is in what I refer to as the non-structural aspects. So that's ensuring that elements such as you've got the right team on board, you're working in the right weather conditions, you're not working in the winter, you've got sequencing right, all those non-structural elements. We're now starting to see those more and more come through in most earthworks developments, and that's where the gains have been made. When you refer to the Walk with Wellsford motorway, you're 100% correct in terms of, I gave expert evidence on that project on behalf of Waka Kotahi, or NZTA at the time. Actually, sorry, it was Waka Kotahi at the time. I just think of that project, and I also think of another similar roading project I was involved with, the recent Mount Messenger bypass project, where I also gave expert evidence on that. Both those projects went through extensive MCA processes, multi-criteria analysis processes, before we got to consent. So as part of that, erosion sediment control and earthworks was one key aspect of that MCA process, where we eliminated things such as fill site locations and particular steep slopes, etc., from the alignment of those particular projects. That was one discipline considered, along with geotech and ecology and landscape and everything else. Cultural heritage also was involved with that. So totally agree. We went through in that Walk with Wellsford project all the modelling, etc., at a consent phase. Prior to that, though, there'd been a significant risk assessment of where earthworks can and cannot occur. So I don't want you to think, Mr. Mark Brown, we just went to that hearing with just that process in place.
Thank you. Are you satisfied with that answer, Mr. Mark Brown?
Yeah, no, thanks for that, Mr. Ridley. That's good. Perhaps I can just go on a little bit more. So I think another point that Mr. Parsonson made was that he's been involved in a lot of work of actually monitoring earthworks, and then he quoted the monitoring of actual runoff from the Auckland to Warkworth motorway, and said that that the yields were less than the USLE modelling. So can you just please respond to that side of it? In other words, you don't, seems like you don't share his confidence that perhaps the runoff mightn't be as much as the USLE calcs, and therefore that sort of helps with confidence with the process. That makes sense? Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I'll just answer one of your earlier questions as well, in terms of other plan change processes I've been involved with.
Oh, yep, sorry, thank you.
Sorry, yeah, just to highlight, I did have an extensive involvement with the Jury South plan change. Obviously completely different in terms of contour, but subject to significant flooding. So flooding was the key issue there. Through that process, we developed earthworks plans. In fact, we went to the extent of developing a conceptual erosion sediment control plan for that particular plan change process. So certainly I've had lots of involvement with plan changes. In terms of the modelling for Walk with Wellsford, I agree with Mr. Parsonson that the USLE, and I've always said, you'll see this in previous evidence I've given, that the modelling typically does overestimate sediment yields. I'm not suggesting that, I have never suggested through this process that we do modelling to give us an absolute sediment yield. What I've been suggesting is that we do some form of sediment modelling risk analysis for that very reason of identifying where the risks are and where earthworks may or may not occur. It's just
sorry, just on that, to say where they should or shouldn't occur, doesn't that really require some sort of absolute risk? If you're using that to say where it doesn't, then you are relying on those results to come to that conclusion, surely.
You're using some of those results, but it's not an absolute. So without that risk assessment, I mean, the fundamental issue we have is, one, we don't know where the earthworks are going to occur, and two, we don't know the extent of those earthworks, and three, we don't know any yields, any potential risks associated with those earthworks. You can slice and dice that risk assessment however you like. I haven't suggested we do an expensive Gleams modelling exercise. It could be a simple USLE calculation. That will just give you a comparative analysis. It will give you some absolutes. When you get to implementation, it may well overestimate. You don't know until you actually get into the site and do those works, the implementation itself.
Yes.
But you do use that for comparative analysis. It's a recognised tool which we use on, I would say, well, it depends on the region you're in, but in Auckland it would be used on 90% of sites, Waikato 90% of sites, Bay of Plenty 90% of sites, Wellington 90% of sites. South Island is a little bit hit and miss in terms of USLE analysis.
Yes. Yes. Okay, thank you. And my final question relates to the soil type. Mr. Foley told us that the fraction of clay is quite low and there's a lot of coarser grain material over the sites that are likely to be earthwork. That's my understanding of what he said. Can you please advise the relevance of that and how that might affect your view on the overall risk and what you've been saying to us?
It doesn't change anything. I haven't done any soil particle size analysis myself. If you haven't got a high fraction of clay soils, then the silts, the finer silts, will still be harder to settle out, but your coarser silts and your sand materials will settle out easier. Again, if you do a risk assessment, that risk assessment, if you use USLE as part of that risk assessment, that takes soil types into account. And all that will do is highlight if there are risks or if there aren't risks. And that is a difficulty that I have with the process, is without that risk assessment, which takes into account slope length, slope angle, rainfall, soil types, management practices, all those things, you don't know what the outcome is. It's I don't want to call it a fatal flaw, Mr. Mark Brown, but it almost is, because it is guesswork. We are guessing what the effects of earthworks in this plan change will be, and we're basing that whole effects discussion at the moment around just the best practice element.
Actually, I do have, sorry, one more. So just following on from that. So if it comes to, when it comes to individual consenting applications for, if it does come to this, for sediment control, then you would expect USLE would be done at that time, or some of the modelling, and then that some assessment of the effects would be done then. So why can't we rely on that to occur in terms of assessing the risk and whether it can go ahead at the resource consent stage? That would be a risk for the applicant, but why would that not be viable?
I'm not sure if Nelson City Council require USLE on the consent applications, but putting that to one side, they certainly would need to produce, as part of a consent application, an assessment of environmental effects, so I agree with that.
Yep.
What I'm simply saying is that there will be areas, or potentially there's areas, I haven't even said there will be, I've said potentially there will be areas within the plan change area which may not be suitable for earthworks and shouldn't even get to that consent phase.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not sure if that answers your question directly, but I just think it's, yes. You should be doing that proactive work. That's what the plan change process for earthworks should be. I'm not suggesting we get into detailed erosion sediment control plans. We don't need detailed cut to fill plans. I haven't suggested that. What we need is an understanding of location, extent and risk of all the earthworks on the site, including the attenuation areas within the stream system.
Thank you. That's been your clear position. Are you satisfied, Mr. Mark Brown? You've asked your question. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mr. Ridley. Yep.
Thank you very much. Ms. Rad.
Thank you, Mr. Ridley. I just have a clarification question. On paragraph 9 of the report we have in front of us now, you talk about to not undertake these steps for this challenging side of the PPC stage. Just to clarify what these steps are, and you have identified in earlier paragraphs, let me see, limiting earthworks to suitable locations and imposing open area limitations on earthwork extents, and then you talk about, as you have been, assessment of high level of sediment yields. But could you just clarify what these steps refers to in paragraph 9?
Apologies. That's very bad drafting on my behalf. It's in reference back to paragraph 6. So the 2 steps is limiting earthworks to suitable locations and imposing open area limitations on the earthworks extents.
Right.
So it's those two steps, or steps may even be the wrong word. It's those 2 processes, if you like, those 2 aspects.
And what I'm hearing you saying is to make those, for those processes to be in place, you've got to do more work, as you've just been discussing, around locations, extent, etc. Is that?
That's correct. You can't consider those unless you've got that detail I've been referring to in front of us.
Thank you. That clarifies it.
Ms. Tipenier?
I don't have anything further, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. I don't have any other further questions either. As I said again, I think the position you have, your opinion is clear, and then we just have a contest between you and Mr. Parsonson.
I hope it's not a contest, sir, but...
Well, it's contested. Thank you very much for that. And then Dr. Fisher.
Is this working okay?
No. Try the other one. I think the other one seems to be better.
It's quite a large one. Is this working okay now?
Yes, that's better.
Thank you very much. Tēnā koutou katoa. This summary provides a quick reference to the key outstanding matters of concern and water quality matters raised by the applicant regarding catchment hydrology and sediment discharges to the receiving environment. My conclusions from these reports remain valid as follows. The applicant's expert advice for improving the water quality and ecological outcomes has been based on the premise that Kaka stream will be realigned and that part of the floodplain will also be infilled, requiring extensive earthworks. The current approach has therefore not provided an assessment of alternative options at the plan stage, and I find no compelling evidence to demonstrate that the preferred options provide optimal environmental outcomes if this is desired. Given that realigning the stream and partial infill of the floodplain is critical for the existing proposed development, I would expect a more comprehensive assessment than what is provided, including an assessment of the subdivision design with the stream in situ, including some consideration of the catchment hydrology and catchment connectivity of freshwater habitat and species. The council-led Groom Creek Constructive Wetland Project has been mentioned as a project demonstrating a good example of stream realignment. I do not consider it directly comparable to what is proposed through Plan Change 28. It is still my opinion that the existing provisions in the Nelson Resource Management Plan, national policy and standards will not be sufficient to address all the water quality issues of concern at the time of subdivision or for the proposed scale of development. Some of the matters raised during the hearing. The applicant's experts have provided assurances that the permeability and flow paths can be constructed and designed in the realigned stream, and the remaining floodplain will meet the functional ecological requirements, which will be considered further at the consent stage. It is unclear from the provisions to what extent the network of smaller ephemeral streams within the catchment will be protected. In my opinion, the experts' assurances need to be supported by an assessment of what the naturalised flow regime is, including the extent of groundwater to surface water recharge, to reflect the complexity of the site and to consider the hydrology in the broader catchment. there is a risk of losing important pool refuge habitat and connectivity of freshwater habitat at a catchment scale if the stream network is confirmed to the current assessment, which could result in a loss of freshwater habitat and biodiversity, particularly in the upper catchment where stormwater treatment devices such as wetlands will be more difficult to construct and maintain. There have been various mentions of the Bayview Earthworks. So I won't actually talk about that because...
Thank you very much. I was going to move you on from that. But
I'll move on from that because it's a concern matter. Apologies for that, sir. Based on my experience at Council of the current earthwork and sediment control practices and the localised rainfall events that I've experienced over the last decade, I do consider that there will be sediment discharges for the proposed catchment scale development, even with best practice measures, and that cannot be avoided, particularly with steep contours, the proposed works to the floodplain and the carcass stream and the bulk earthworks. In my opinion, the only way to minimise these discharges and effects is to take a precautionary approach by staging and limiting open areas to allow for quick stabilisation if necessary. The applicant has compared sediment discharges and yields from the proposed development with respect to the Maitahi catchment and concluded that they will be relatively minor. In my opinion, this assessment has not fully considered the sensitivity of the downstream environment or where the point source discharges will potentially impact within the haven, which is subject to tides, creating sediment wedges and different flushing regimes. I am still unclear whether water-sensitive design and stormwater treatment will be included on site for the proposed Bayview development discharging to the Nelson Haven estuary, which would be expected as best practice to minimise stormwater contaminants during the post-development. Thank you.
thank you, Dr. Fisher. Ms. Ratt, do you have any questions? No questions. Ms. Tepanier, do you have questions of Dr. Fisher?
No, thank you.
Mr. Mark Brown?
Thank you. Did you hear me? No, thank you.
Yes. I did say no questions, so I thought he was going to ask. Sorry, sorry, I thought he was going to ask you a question. I didn't quite listen. I don't have any other questions. Again, I think your statement's clear and a consistent view. Thank you very much. Ms. Purdon.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Ko Kate Purdon tōku ingoa. Would you like me to just run through the key points, or would you like me to read my statement?
Key points are really good, I think.
Okay. So, in my opinion, the key areas of difference between the applicant, stormwater and flood risk experts, and me are the sufficiency of information provided and the suitability of the proposed plan provisions. In my opinion, at plan change, sufficient information is required to be able to understand the stormwater and flood risks, flood risk effects rather of the future development of the site, to understand the proposed stormwater and flood risk management system, and to understand whether this is sufficient to mitigate those effects. And while the stormwater management plan that's been provided shows good progress in advancing the understanding of the issues and of their proposed management, there are still gaps and inconsistencies in the stormwater management plan and in the applicant's evidence. I've provided some examples of those in my statement, and I'm not going to read through each of those now, but I would like to just point out a couple as examples. So one example is that the treatment and attenuation devices tabulated within the text of the SMP don't directly correlate with those shown in Appendix A and the graphical attachment. There's also been some discussion throughout the hearing about online versus offline treatment, and attenuation or detention. And the Appendix A of the SMP shows the two largest stormwater attenuation devices as being online. And we heard from Mr Farrington and Mr Markham that they thought both could work. But I think it's actually really important that this issue is resolved before any development's undertaken. Dr Blakely referred to some of the multidisciplinary issues that online devices raise, as did Mr Ridley, and they're significant in terms of there's issues around obviously habitat and natural character, but also geotech issues. But from a hydrological and hydraulic management point of view, while offline devices can just be designed for the local catchment which they serve, online devices by their very nature need to allow for any future development in the upstream catchment. So that proposed stormwater layout and development upstream of it needs to be well understood before design of those can be advanced at the next stage. Another inconsistency that I'd like to highlight is the inconsistencies between the attachment in the stormwater management plan and the graphic attachments included in Mr Milne's landscape evidence around the Carcass Stream realignment, the riparian zones and the stormwater treatment device adjacent to this. And again, I think that's something that needs to be resolved before development's undertaken. Another issue is that there's quite limited information on the proposed stormwater and flood risk management for the Walters Bluff or Brooklands catchment, what I've referred to as the north side of the ridge in my memos, and no information on the proposed management for the area draining to the waterway to the west of Olive Hill, or the waterway just west of Carcass Stream, which Dr Blakely referred to earlier as well. So in summary on this point, the stormwater and flood risk management design has not been developed sufficiently, in my opinion, to demonstrate the feasibility of the proposed approach to mitigate the effects of future development of the site, including cumulative effects. I think cumulative effects are quite important. And they also haven't been developed sufficiently to provide certainty for future subdivision of any portion of the Plan Change 28 area around the overall stormwater management and flood risk for the site. In terms of the proposed plan provisions, which is the other key point of difference, and during the hearing there have been a number of references to how the design will be developed by the applicant and their current team. And I think it's important to keep in mind when we're looking at the provisions that if the site is rezoned, then the future development may be undertaken by the applicant and their current team, or it may be by others. And the development may be staged or piecemeal. And so the provisions need to be clear and robust to allow for all of those different eventualities and to allow people who are new to this area and their understanding of it to be able to pick it up and work with what is provided within those plan provisions. Much of the applicant's evidence refers to the stormwater management plan. However, it's not currently clear to me how this current stormwater management plan as included in the evidence is proposed to be incorporated within the plan provisions. And Schedule X13 of those provisions refers to stormwater management plan, but again, it's not clear whether that's the stormwater management plan that we have in front of us at the moment, or exactly what needs to be included in a future stormwater management plan. And the reason I think this is important is because I think there needs to be a site-wide stormwater management plan that provides a clear, unambiguous, overarching approach or requirements for how individual development is going to manage the stormwater and flood risk at a more detailed level within their particular areas. Schedule X9 provides ecological outcomes or principles for stormwater management. And while I'm generally in agreement with these, I think it's important that they are translated into clear standards that future development is required to achieve in order to mitigate stormwater and flood risk effects. And without clear provisions, then under the current plan, it would default to the Nelson Tasman Land Development Manual. And this is important because many aspects of the applicant's proposed stormwater and flood risk management approach go beyond the requirements of the Nelson Tasman Land Development Manual, and their effects assessment is based on their proposed approach. So in future, if those provisions aren't tied down, then the approach would revert to the Land Development Manual requirements. And in addition to those issues which have been identified by the applicant, I think it's also really important that there are clear plan provisions to address some of the site-specific issues for this site, around particularly flood levels and minimum floor levels, around managing the effects of filling within the floodplain, and around cumulative downstream effects of detention storage in multiple subcatchments, and also around the potential carcass stream realignment. So in my opinion, further work is required on those plan provisions, so that it's clear what the requirements are for the site and how an applicant in future would demonstrate that those requirements have been met. And there's more detail on that in my memo and my addendum, and I've also provided some suggestions to Ms. Sweetman to assist in her discussions about those provisions with Mr. Lyle.
Thank you very much, Ms. Purdon. Just check. Mr. Mark Brown, do you have questions of Ms. Purdon?
Yes, I just have one question. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
So it's really just your last statement that you provided suggestions regarding plan provisions in your memo and then your addendum memo, and then subsequent to that you have provided further suggestions to Ms. Sweetman.
That's correct.
So if those suggestions are all implemented in revised plan provisions, would all your concerns be met?
My concerns around the plan provisions would be met. My concerns around the level of information that's currently provided wouldn't be met, but depending on how those provisions are worded, there could be a requirement for that additional work to be done and tied into a stormwater management plan for the site that future development would then need to adhere to. Does that answer your question?
No, I'm not sure. I mean, my brain is 100% today anyway, so well, I guess perhaps I'll put it another way. Are you able to provide to Ms. Sweetman suggestions for plan provisions that can address your concerns, or that would address your concerns?
Yes, and I think that's what I have done.
Yes.
But part of that would be some further work on the stormwater management plan for the overall site.
Yes, okay. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tiffany?
Yes. Paragraph 14, you talk about the fact that this needs to be translated into clear standards. Have you made some recommendations on what those standards might be?
Yes, I have. And
so to the extent that those are then accepted and reflected in the provisions, would you be satisfied?
Yes. Yes, so some of those standards are set out in my original memo, where I comment on the provisions and the gaps in the provisions, and then I've clarified those and the information that I've provided to Ms. Sweetman.
Okay, and then you've answered Commissioner Nigel Mark Brown's question by saying that yes, you'd be satisfied in terms of the provisions, but still your concerns around insufficiency of information remain. Have you made some recommendations that allow for the provision of information to fill the gaps that you consider still exist?
Yes, so my recommendations include ways of incorporating stormwater management plan for the wider site within the provisions, and in my opinion, some changes would need to be made to that current stormwater management plan for it to meet those requirements.
Yeah, I understand that. So again, assuming all of those matters that you've already raised and made recommendations about are picked up by the applicant and reflected in the provisions moving forward, would that alleviate both concerns that you've now identified?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Redd?
Thank you. I had similar questions to those that you've just addressed, so I don't think I have any further questions. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, sorry, I have one further one.
Thank you, Mr. Mark Brown.
It's just following up. So could you put in your suggestions regarding the additional information and that you see necessary in the stormwater management plan, some sort of line items that you would see necessary? Is that what you're intending to do? For example, locations of detention devices and things like that. Is that what you're intending?
I can provide further detail on that.
Well, it seems to me that you're saying there's a gap and it needs to be filled with the stormwater management plan needs to be revised to do that, but there needs some guidance to do that. And then my understanding of the process would be then that would have to be, if this process goes ahead, approved by council, the stormwater management plan. So if you could provide...
I'm going to step in here. No, we're not seeking anything further from these people now. I think Ms. Purdon has said to us that she thinks the stormwater management plan is not sufficiently done. It's her view that a stormwater management plan should be incorporated into the plan change provisions, and we've had a discussion with Mr. Lyle about whether that's appropriate. So I don't mean to cut across you, Mr. Mann, but I'm not looking for further clarification at this point.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, that was the point I was going to make, really. I think my understanding of your evidence and where you come from, you have a particular view about how these plan change provisions should operate, and I think that's what's that Ms. Sweetman and Mr. Lyle have been discussing, and I've had that discussion with Mr. Lyle about the status of a stormwater management plan, whether it should be incorporated into the plan or whether it's a document which gets referred to in the plan provisions are dealt with. So I think, and it's really a statement, I think you have a different view of how this whole process works. I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just saying I think it's different to how the applicant sees it working. And that's my view. But am I correct, you would like to see the stormwater management plan incorporated into the provisions so that it's locked in?
Currently, there's a stormwater management plan referred to in the draft provisions.
It is, and that was the question I was asking, has come later, asking Mr. Lyle whether that's appropriate. So the question to you is, from your expertise and the way you understand that would need to be taken into account, is it your view that a stormwater management plan should be produced and incorporated into the plan change?
Doesn't necessarily need to be incorporated into the plan change, but I think there needs to be a plan change site-wide agreed stormwater management approach that then individual developments can refine their own site working within that wider context. So that could either be through a stormwater management plan that is included now in the plan change provisions, or it could be referred to a stormwater management plan process that follows later, for example, by the first development, the first cab off the rank.
Right. So I don't think I have a question. I think I understand that, and Mr. Marston and Mr. Lyle will need to work through that, whether they agree with you or not. Again, just a comment. This about, we've got current owners and future owners. Just let you know, I mean, it doesn't become particularly relevant to us. We need to ensure that if we are approving this, that the plan change provisions are robust and will stand scrutiny across the whole catchment. Thank you for your evidence and your statement. I think it's clear. Thank you very much. Mr. Wilson.
Can you hear me?
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Can you keep talking? I was bringing up your statement. Just make sure it's on.
Can you hear me with this mic?
Yes.
I'll just move a bit closer to it.
Thank you.
Cool. My summary is quite brief. I guess the instructions in the past have been just to talk to the highlights, and I'll just go through it really quickly and then be ready for any questions. There's probably two main points. One is the extent of the water sensitive design that's been undertaken for the plan change. My view is that it's hard for me to assess the extent of a multidisciplinary approach that's been taken in terms of bringing together all the site assessments and using that to develop a structure plan, which would be our water sensitive design approach, and then perhaps a development framework as well. And a specific concern, and it sort of follows on from Dr. Blakely's, is the hydrological network. It's not shown on the structure plan, then it makes it difficult for me to understand the extent that has driven the structure plan in terms of taking a water sensitive design approach. If you haven't got a hydrological network, you can't be sensitive to it. The point I'm making. Then moving on to the existing rules and provisions. It's still my opinion that the existing and proposed plan provisions together do not provide sufficient control for this, on future subdivision to ensure water sensitive design outcomes are achieved. The stormwater management plan that's been provided does provide additional measures over and above the Nelson Tasman Land Development Manual, but it's unclear to me how that's going to be applied. I think we've sort of briefly covered that. And one of my specific concerns on the SMP, and Mr. Nigel Mark Brown addressed it as well, is the frequent use of where feasible. It makes it harder to assess the effectiveness of this plan with that, without having a criteria as what considered feasible. And I guess is this the point about the SMP? It's not clear to me how it's going to be applied. Whether it's used to assess this structure plan and then thrown out, or whether it's used to assess future subdivisions against. And so therefore I can't really assess its effectiveness to cover the holes that are within the current plan and provisions in addressing those holes. Again, and finally, I've provided comments to the applicant's team via Ms. Sweetman as possible ways to address my concerns that were already also raised in my previous reports.
Thank you. Mr. Mark Brown, do you have questions of Mr. Wilson?
Yes, I'd perhaps just keep it to one question, Mr. Wilson. Do you think that the stormwater aspects could be addressed satisfactorily through provisions, amended provisions, or do you think there's insufficient investigation, or if you like, investigations or work done by the applicant to satisfy you that could occur?
I guess the way I would answer that would be that I do have concerns about the level of information provided. Those concerns could be addressed by plan for provisions that require high levels of treatment or hydrological mitigation, and using the provisions as a way of covering that gap.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Ms. Tipineau?
Kia ora, Mr. Wilson. Just if you could help clarify your paragraph 4, I'm a little bit confused because it says in the first sentence that your specific concern about the fact the hydrological network's not shown on the structure plan, and then you say in the following sentence that the council's experts were not provided with the plan until expert conferencing stage. So I want to understand, did you have the plan at expert conferencing stage? Have you got it now, and are you comfortable that that information's now before you and that you've been able to assess it, or is your view that you don't have it at all?
I was using that as an example for demonstrating the uncertainty I have about the extent of water sensor design that's gone into the structure plan. So it wasn't sort of included earlier. It has been provided to us, but just sort of picking up on Dr. Blakey's comments about the extent or the accuracy of that as well. So we've seen one iteration that turned up during expert conferencing, but we haven't really had a chance to, as a team, confirm that it is a full and complete hydrological assessment of the site.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Ratt, do you have any other questions?
No, Ms. Tippania stole my question, so thank you for answering that. Nothing further from me, thank you.
And nothing further from me. I understand the position that you've got and taken, so thank you very much for that.
Cool, thank you.
Let me just go back. So Ms. Sweetman, are you online?
I am, Commissioner.
So I think we've covered off all the other experts. So I'll hand over to you. Thank you, and thank you. You've got your statement.
Thank you. If it suits you, sir, it is relatively brief, so I will just read through it and then I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you.
My summary statement should be read in association with my original 42A report and my addendum report. And the purpose of this summary statement is to respond to matters raised during the course of the hearing. To assist the panel in their deliberations, I've also included attachment 1, which sets out the full text of the Nelson Regional Policy Statement and the Nelson Resource Management Plan Objectives and Policies, which I've referred to in my previous reports, which I consider relevant to this plan change. These are set out by topic in line with the structure of my Section 42A report. I've carefully listened to the expert planning evidence presented by Mr. Lyle, Ms. McCabe and Ms. Lepoutre, the applicants and submitters' expert evidence and the submitters' lay submissions through the course of the hearing. My conclusions and recommendations from my original Section 42A report and addendum remain valid, except as discussed below. Turning firstly to historic heritage, I listened carefully to the panel's query as to whether there was scope for the sharing shed to be scheduled. I appreciate this may have been considered to be out of scope. I'd relied on the Charlene submission in respect of researching and exploring the historic heritage on the site. However, in my view, that scheduling may be off the table does not negate Section 6F of the RMA and the requirement to recognise and provide for the protection of historic heritage from inappropriate subdivision, use and development. The RPS requires the preservation or enhancement of amenity and conservation values, which is achieved through the identification and protection of sites or objects of historical or cultural interest, including historic buildings. In particular, whether these are subject to an actual or potential threat of change and are not subject to any other relevant form of protection. So I've provided the objective and policy references for the panel there. The NRMP requires the retention and enhancement of heritage items in a setting that enhances such items. The protection and retention of Group B heritage items is deemed important and demolition or removal should be avoided. Dr. McEwen's evidence is that, based on the methodology set out in the NRMP, the sharing shed meets the criteria to be scheduled as a Group B building. Now, if scheduling the sharing shed is off the table, then my preferred remedy is to ensure that the sharing shed is subject to an appropriate level of assessment should its removal be subsequently sought through a resource consent. Just going off my notes there, I note that this is a plan change request and it is not a resource consent. So I don't think it is appropriate to proceed on the premise of the shearing shed being removed per se. At present, while the applicant has proposed a controlled activity rule, this is not consistent with the NRMP policy framework for avoiding the removal or demolishing of Group B buildings. And there's no bespoke objective or policy that would justify a controlled activity status either. I've addressed what I consider may be appropriate in my addendum. The council would, of course, have the opportunity to propose it to be scheduled through the upcoming Whakamahere Whakatū Nelson plan, albeit it may be a bit too late by that time. Turning to prohibited activity status in the Kaka Hill skyline and backdrop, the panel queried how Mr. Lyle and I had recommended that the prohibited activity status be amended to non-complying in the PPC 28 provisions, and whether there was scope to do so. Changing the activity status from prohibited to non-complying was my first recommendation, and I relied on submission 289 Ching Contracting, which sought the following relief. And I quote from that, the submission also seeks to enable reasonable changes to be made to any of the specific provisions of PC 28 if considered reasonable and necessary as part of best planning practice. In my opinion, the prohibited activity status was not supported within the proposed PPC 28 policy framework, nor within the RPS or the NRMP. I note that the Chair raised that the RPS includes policy directive within Chapter 7 on natural and amenity values about avoiding development which detracts from the amenity afforded by dominant ridgelines and avoiding development which detracts from the landscape and amenity values from view shafts and gateways. In respect of significant Indigenous flora and significant habitats of Indigenous fauna, objective NA 3.2.1 requires its protection. There are no avoid policies. There are no prohibited activity rules in the NRMP that relate to either landscape and amenity values or Indigenous biodiversity. In my opinion, applying a prohibited activity status in the PC 28 provisions is not consistent with the existing framework in the RPS or the NRMP. Further, the activity status is not supported by the bespoke policy framework proposed through the plan change. Accordingly, I do not consider that a prohibited activity status is best planning practice, and amending to non-complying is appropriate and within scope. I also listened carefully to the opening by Mr. Hemitoia and the submission from Matt Hippolyte, Melanie McGregor and Kamiora McGregor from Ngāti Koata. While I appreciate the activity status is what was sought through the plan change, I'm concerned that the use of a prohibited activity status for this part of the site would not recognise and provide for the relationship of Māori and their culture and traditions with their ancestral lands, water, sites, wahitapu and other tonga as per section 6E of the RMA. Turning to non-notification, I listened to what Mr. Lyle said about the non-notification clauses. I remain of the view that the subdivision rule X.3 should not benefit from a public or limited notification preclusion, given the sheer extent of matters and effects it addresses. I would feel more comfortable with the comprehensive housing development in the high density zone rule X.2 benefiting from a preclusion if the rule was only for the land use only and not for subdivision. That is, from my experience, standalone comprehensive housing development resource consents are generally focused on design and location elements with internalised effects. I would not be comfortable with precluding notification of subdivision as included, given the sensitive location of the high density zone in the floodplain area. Turning to the provisions themselves, I've been very mindful in preparing my 42A report and addendum and providing recommendations to the panel and submissions, and it cannot be assumed that, Should the plan change be approved, whoever implements the plan change will be those who applied for it, or that who have been preparing resource consents or processing resource consents at the council to date will be the same people who will be doing the same in respect of this development. To that end, my focus has been on whether the plan change works in terms of its structure and its overall mechanics, and that there is a clear line of sight and logic between the structure plan and the objectives, policies, rules in PC 28 and in the NRMP, and that the plan change is sufficiently robust to deliver what the applicant has promised would be delivered, particularly if it is not them who implement it, if approved. I trust that my Section 42A report and addendum have been sufficiently clear to identify what my areas of concern are. The panel is aware that Mr. Lyle and I have met to discuss the plan change provisions and how they could be improved. These discussions are focused on the matters that the council team has raised and are set out in my 42A report and addendum. In advance of our meeting, I provided Mr. Lyle with a marked up version of the plan change provisions, which included suggestions from the council team of experts. Now, I just want to note those were suggestions for discussion. Finally, while Mr. Lyle and I have made good progress in the absence of a revised version of the plan change, I cannot confirm to the panel that my concerns have been addressed. And I'm happy to answer any questions, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sweetman. I'm going to lead off. Firstly, I really want to acknowledge the comprehensive 42A report and the addendum that you wrote. It was very detailed and thorough, so I thank you for that. It has been of great assistance to us, and the addendum. And I also want to acknowledge, I know that you've been unwell and participating, and I know what it's like. I haven't had COVID, but I've had the flu and cold, so it's harder to concentrate, so thank you for that. A few specific questions from me, and then I'll hand over to the others and we'll come back to sort of round up. Can we just focus initially on the historic heritage issues? And we've had the evidence from Dr. McEwen. I'm assuming, or am I assuming correctly, that you are preferring her evidence to Mr. Miller?
Yes, I do prefer her evidence to Mr. Miller, and I've addressed that, I believe, in my 42A addendum in terms of what I consider the appropriate approach is when historic heritage items are identified. And Dr. McEwen talked through that as well this morning. Right. So firstly, you identify whether something is historic heritage or not, and whether it's, meets the Section 6F test. And then the next step is then ensuring that there is a framework in place to address any subsequent resource consenting.
No, I understand that, and clearly the issues in contention between the two experts is the extent to which the values of that building constitute historic heritage in terms of whether it is nationally significant in terms of Section 6, and that's something the panel will have to work. But it's your view that it meets the threshold to meet the matters of national importance in terms of Section 6?
Yes, it is, based on Dr. McEwen's extensive experience undertaking heritage assessments.
You haven't, as I said, we raised the issue about the scheduling and the jurisdiction, and I think we've dealt with that. But then you basically say, if it's not able to be scheduled, it needs some greater level of protection, but you don't go then to say what that should be. Can you give us your advice on what it should be?
I believe I did, sir, in my addendum.
Well, John, just going off your summary, is that your view still? What does it need to be? Some different activity status?
Yes, sir, I would recommend at the very least a restricted discretionary activity status. Sir, I have addressed that in paragraph 23 of my addendum.
Thank you very much. We can go back to that. coming to the issue of this prohibited activity status, and again, Mr. Marson can cover that, and I acknowledge your position in terms of Ngāti Koata, but I'm really just sort of focusing, I'd like to just focus a little bit on, it was this issue of scope, and I think you've addressed that, and you say in terms of recommending removing the prohibited activity to a non-complying, and you've relied on the Ching contracting submission. Are you? You're still. I thought you might have been frozen for a minute. You think it's a very general submission, which seems to give very broad scope to do anything anyone likes. Do you think it's appropriate to rely on that sort of submission to make some of those specific changes in the absence of kind of any sort of evidential base or strong evidential base?
In terms of the evidential base, I consider there is an evidence base in terms of the work previously that Bob Miskel has undertaken for the council, and considering those landscapes in particular, that work has not identified that those are outstanding or of such a significant weight that may warrant a prohibited activity status under Section 6C, for example. I'll probably leave that to Mr. Marson, ultimately as a legal matter in terms of scope to address. But certainly, as I've said, Chair, I have approached it from more a best planning practice approach in terms of there is, in my view, not the evidential or policy support to warrant a prohibited activity status. And yes, I'll pass the issue of scope to Mr. Marson to address finally.
No, that's fine. I mean, I think you've answered the question. I think you think it is appropriate to use that submission, and you were saying that it's not best practice, and you've set out why. I just want to turn to this issue of the RPS, and the reasons I was asking the questions in relation to that prohibited activity status, and you say in your summary that there is no avoid provisions, and maybe you understand the RPS better than me, or have a different view, but I was looking at objective, and I'll just read them, NA 221 in that section, which says, the objective is a landscape which preserves and enhances the character of the natural setting. And then it goes on to the policies, and there are two. Well, number one is to preserve the natural character of the backdrop. So preserve is a very strong term, as you'll know. And then the next one is NA 232, to avoid development which detracts from the amenity afforded by the dominant ridge lines. And that's why I was asking the question if Kākahill was that, and I think we understand that there's certainly this view that is a backdrop. And then the next policy is to avoid development which detracts from landscape and amenity values afforded, it says, by view shafts and this gateway idea, which we had it. Hence my view that there was a very strong directive in the RPS about protecting or preserving those backdrops. And therefore, when I first saw the prohibited activity status essentially on top of Kākahill, I could see how that met or could meet the RPS provisions. And by changing it to a non-complying activity, you clearly open the door to allow it to be assessed. Have I got that wrong?
That's where I was going back, Chair, and looking at how the frame of the rest of the NRNP is at the moment, and how the Council has already interpreted those RPS provisions through the NRNP as a whole. And that was my reference, sir, that there are no prohibited activities in respect to either landscape or amenity values or Indigenous biodiversity within the NRNP. I was then also relying on how Mr. Lyle, through the PC28 provisions, has set up the frame for addressing those activities in particular. As PC28 was notified before it's been updated through this process, there was no policy support whatsoever for using a prohibited activity status. It has been modified somewhat through revisions, and now I don't have it, I can in a minute have it in front of me, but the policy framework talks about avoiding more than minor effects on Kaka Hill, which I think is appropriate for a non-complying activity status, but it wouldn't support a prohibited activity status. Turning back to what the RPS objective and policies say, and I'm just going to get those up in front of me as well. I'm relying on electronic visions.
That's
and
fine. Just I don't want to labour this point too much. I just want to make sure I have the same or I understand what you were saying to us, and I think I am. And the question I was really posing, I suppose, is it seemed to me at least that the RPS, which is this plan change is to give effect to, had quite directive provisions around protecting or preserving those landscapes, and hence...
Yeah. I've got them in front of me now, sir, so right. I will comment on them. So you're right that NA 2.31 talks about preserving the natural landscape character and vegetation cover of the backdrop. 2.3.2 then talks about avoiding development which detracts from the amenity afforded by dominant ridgeline, and then 2.3.3 to avoid development which detracts. Now that neither of those two policies or the first policy I read was a avoid all or any. It does allow clearly, in terms of avoiding development which detracts, allows for some level of evaluation to occur as to whether something detracts or not, rather than supporting an absolute prohibition, in my view.
No, I accept that, and that just comes down to the choice in the end, whether you take an approach of prohibiting, which is what the applicant asked for, or the non-complying. And I think you say you come down on the side of non-complying, which is, I understand.
Right. Mr. Lyle has joined me in that view, obviously, as well.
They can cover that off in reply, because I think his answer in the hearing to my question was different, but the applicant can come back. I'm very happy that they'll come back and reply when they look at this in its context, and particularly in relation to the view that Ngāti Koata have and their aspirations. So I absolutely accept that. So thank you for that. I just wanted to make sure I was very clear. Those are the specific questions I've got. I'll hand over to the others, but then I'll come back in a bit more broadly. So, Ms. Tepanea, do you have questions of Ms. Sweetman?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Sweetman, and I tautoko the Chair's kōrero in acknowledging the hard work that you've put into your 42A. It is comprehensive and one of the better 42As I've ever seen, so mihi atu ki a koe. Can I just ask you to turn your mind to the Ministry of Education submission we had regarding educational facilities, and I just want to clarify my understanding of that submission and that requirement. The way I read that, essentially the Ministry will, where they determine that educational facilities might be required, are essentially requiring this applicant to provide them. That's how I read it. So it's almost like becomes like a condition of the plan change that to enable development, educational facilities will be required if the Ministry requires them. Is that how you read that?
Thank you, Commissioner. No, that's not how I read it. How I read it is that the Ministry of Education want to ensure that within the policy framework that there is specific recognition of educational facilities as being something that might be found in the structure plan area. So not quite to that level. I'm just going to quickly get it up in front of me. Apologies.
My apologies for putting you on the spot.
No, that's fine. Working electronically and not by paper can be not quite so easy. So it was predominantly, I think, in policy RE 6.1 that they were particularly wanting recognition of the provision for education facilities, or within the objective itself, RE6. I don't personally consider it necessary to include specific reference to educational facilities, but I'm also ambivalent if the panel were to include it as well. In their original submission, they did advise that they considered there was adequate capacity within the schools in the area anyway.
That's great. That's helpful. I appreciate you clarifying that understanding. Thank you. I don't have any other further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Mark Brown, do you have questions for Ms. Sweetman?
No, I don't. I just want to echo the other comments, Ms. Sweetman. Thank you very much for the high level of detail in the Section 42A and addendum reports. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Ms. Ratt.
No further questions from me. Thank you, but again, thanks for all the work you've done in putting together the 42A report and addendum. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. So back to me, and as we said again earlier on about, sorry, are you still there, Ms. Sweetman?
I am still
here,
sir.
That's all right, that's fine.
Here I am.
Again, with the expert conferencing that you and Mr. Lyle have had, and I'm really just making a statement to the room that there's been some issues have arisen about whether that's appropriate. I just want to make it clear again to everyone, it's not a question to you that, as you know and Mr. Lyle know, the role of the experts is to assist the panel, and what we have attempted to do through expert conferencing is that what the final provisions might be may well be acceptable or not to us, which and you in your statement have said you've made good progress and that you provided him some suggestions or amendments. Is it your professional view, if Mr. Lyle adopted all of those, that in your view then there is a good set of provisions which would meet effectively Section 32 process and the purpose of the Act, i.e. this would be an appropriate plan change with those provisions?
I'm just, sorry, Sue, I'm just trying to think about how to answer that. There were a lot of matters in my view, as I've set out in my reports already, that need to be worked through and addressed in terms of getting a coherent policy framework together that would work. I certainly think that there is an opportunity and to do so, and I think it is something that is achievable to do so. I would want to be, if in terms of giving a certain answer to that, without seeing what product comes out at the end, I can't give that surety.
So, I mean, again, I don't think there'll be further opportunity. I think what we'll get in reply will be it. But I suppose it's really just that question. I think I know the answer you're telling me, but I'd just like a bit more direct. If Mr. Lyle were to adopt the suggestions that you put to him, would that satisfy you that the provisions are therefore then appropriate?
The suggestions made aren't as direct as you need to change this word here, you need to put this rule here. The suggestions have been more about this doesn't work and you do need to make sure that there's a link between the objectives, policies, rules and the standards and the information requirement, and you need to include an appropriate matter of discretion. And to that extent, certainly I've taken on board a lot of Ms. Purton's recommendations in terms of pulling out some of what are more standards set out in some of the principles, and suggested that they should be put into the rule framework themselves in terms of certainty of addressing particular issues. I'm sorry, sir, I'm probably not answering your question succinctly. Putting together a coherent plan framework is complex.
It is complex. Can I just put the question to you squarely, and you decide whether you can answer or not? I mean, given the privileged role that planning witnesses and evaluative witnesses have in terms of spanning across all the experts and looking at the planning provisions, is it your recommendation to us that this plan change could be approved in terms of the basis of the provisions you provide to Mr. Lyle, or not? I mean, what is your recommendation to us, in short?
It could be if those are coherently included into the framework.
Okay, so your position is if there could be a coherent set of provisions which address all the concerns that we've been talking about, then it would be your view that this plan change could be approved. That's your recommendation. Of course, that's for us to consider, but that's your position.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. That's very clear. Again, can I just acknowledge the work you've done? There's a huge amount of work done into that 42A and the addendum, and again, given your illness, it's very hard to deal with that. So thank you very much, Ms. Sweetman.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Mark Brown.
Yes. Mr. Chair, I actually have a question for you. Normally, I would ask you in the privacy of where we were, but it's no problem to me.
Do you really want to ask me this question, Mr. Mark Brown, in this public forum?
Yes.
Oh, you do? All right.
Well, is there provision to ask it to you before we adjourn the hearing? That's perhaps my question. I ask you that separately before we adjourn the hearing.
I'm not quite sure how to handle that.
Mr. Chair, I suggest we take a 5-minute adjournment.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's just take a 5-minute adjournment, and I'll give you a ring, Mr. Mark Brown, just to find out what the issue is.
Yep.
Thank you. Just before
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll just adjourn for 5 minutes, and I'll go and call Mr. Mark Brown. having that little break was good. I managed to get you all organised. Thank you. We'll proceed. Just sorry, Mr. Mark Brown. It was a process question about where to from here, and I said that's what I'd be explaining. So he's happy. So we are in the reply stage, and I know that Mr. Marson and the team, you're going to do that in writing, but there were just a couple of issues that we might just raise with you that we might like you to cover in reply. That you may already have these, but just to cover that off. Then I'm just going to come to Ms. Day. She just wants to make a couple of comments, and then I'll come back to Mr. Toya to close off. So, and I think so.
I've just got a little bit more to say as well.
All right. Well, do you want to say that now, and then we can ask you the questions, or would you rather?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Well, they're just partly an acknowledgement and partly some comments of a general nature, not the specific detail that I wanted to get into. And in terms of acknowledgements, I want to acknowledge the commissioners for soldiering on through this process, which is very much appreciated, and also for the earlier processes that enabled expert dialogue, so that at the end what you will have is what the applicant team thinks is the best possible version of Plan Change 28, and the status quo is the two viable alternatives in front of you, with any other burnishing that you think is necessary. So I appreciate that. And I also wanted to thank submitters who have challenged the applicant team to consider things, and in particular in terms of the major externality of this proposal, which is the effects on the Maitahi awa, which we recognise as a very valued water body. We also want to acknowledge Ms. Sweetman, who has actually been a thorn in our side, but she has been very constructive in proposing provisions and helping us constructively address the concerns that she had, and she had a big job, so we acknowledge that. In terms of information, I don't know that her approach carried through completely to the applicant, the council expert team, because her 42A report really was about feasibility, and we felt that we pitched the information ultimately at that level, and it still felt that some technical experts were calling for levels of information that were well beyond what she said was the standard that she was applying. So there is this contest. I just wanted to make one other observation, and I want to do it by way of a lens into one of the statements that was made by one of the submitters, not to single them out, but to make the point. Mr. Gray from Friends of the Maitahi mentioned the fact that these measures could be possible, the measures that were necessary to protect the awa were actually possible. And I think Mr. Young was pretty much aligned with that. But then made the observation that based on the Bayview experience, and I don't know the detail of that, he didn't trust the applicants. And I just wanted to use that lens to make a point, which is the real risk to the awa principally arises from work in the Kaka catchment. And that is the CCTV consortium. It's got nothing to do with the Bayview people. And critically, Ngāti Kawata are fully involved, both as owners and also through the plan provisions, in the ultimate implementation of this plan change. And the observation led me to think that to some extent, for the submitters, the Ngāti Kawata role was somewhat invisible. And clearly Ngāti Kawata have been involved with this awa for a very long time, and the Maitahi catchment project is very much has their involvement. And in the design of the freshwater provisions, which I capture erosion, sediment control, all of those things. Fundamentally, their involvement through both the design of the structure plan and the provisions and the information requirements that will come through the cultural impact assessments mean that fundamentally iwi views and concerns will be foremost in the ultimate design. And Ngāti Koata and iwi have a very strong history, and that provides in my submission a significant insurance policy because, as Ms McGregor explained, for Ngāti Koata to put their label to this plan change is to place their mana on the line in terms of their interactions with other iwi, of which they have very good relationships, and they have common views about the management of the environment. And if this plan change was a microcosm, if we saw it as a land management microcosm, the combination of protection, use and enhancement has no peer or parallel in Nelson. And to say, oh, well, now we get to this and now Ngāti Koata are involved, it has to be something close to a conservation standard, to my mind, is somewhat ahistorical and not appropriate. So I wanted to acknowledge that because I thought that that invisibility existed and I wanted to correct it. And in terms of the process going forward, 2 other points. On the heritage dialogue, again, it's very much a Eurocentric approach, and there are other heritage values here that operate that are not exclusively about European settlement. And similarly, in terms of changing the Kaka stream, there are ways in which you have to evaluate issues beyond just ecology. There are other values that are going to have to impinge. And I just wanted to cover those off because I think it's important to recognise those cultural lenses. And in terms of our approach, we're proposing to file our reply on the Friday. We might request a small extension if necessary, but other than that, that's our
It's Friday
aim.
week, not tomorrow, I'm assuming.
Yes, absolutely. The intention is that Mr Lyle would actually continue dialogue with Ms Sweetman, but we weren't proposing a sub-algorithm whereby Ms Sweetman would come and provide further view about that. I think we're content to rely on Mr Lyle's reply evidence to say there is now a coherent framework which responds appropriately to the concerns that Ms Sweetman had. So that's our pathway forward. So I just wanted to say those words of acknowledgement and also to make visible the very strong fingerprints of Ngāti Koata in the design of this plan change and their future involvement, because they will not go away. The owners here theoretically might, but they will not go away. And they are totally involved through the mechanisms of the plan change to create what I think the Freshwater Statement talks about, to respect their mana whakahaere. And that is how it has been designed and embedded in the plan provisions. So I just wanted to bring that forward as a Pākehā to say that's how it has been designed.
Thank you very much for that. We'll come to Mr Toia soon. As I said, there are just a couple of questions or issues that we might just put to you in terms, just to make sure you cover off in your reply. Sure. So I'll go Ms Tepania first. Do you want to raise the issue that you had?
Yes, Mr Mason, you would have heard my question of Ms Sweetman regarding the suggestion by the Ministry around the amendment to the schedule, I guess, to support educational facilities. And Ms Sweetman has indicated that her interpretation is probably not consistent with mine. My concern is that in reading that requirement, it's essentially requiring educational facilities to be provided to enable, in enabling this subdivision and development. And I have concerns around that to the extent that it's, potentially a breach of the treaty, given Ngāti Koata's involvement here. And the Crown's relationship with Ngāti Koata there, also because this has been required of this development, but not as part of a wider plan change for the region, which would provide a different context. So in the context where Ngāti Koata is the applicant here, and the context where Mr. Hippolyte's given evidence around treaty settlements and around their aspirations in terms of this site, for the Crown to now be requiring them to provide educational facilities, as a condition to the development of their lands is a concern. And I wondered if you could turn your mind to that in your reply.
Yes, I have started that, and I have a decision I'm going to refer the panel to called The Proprietors of Wakatu and the Crown, which is a Supreme Court decision which identifies these breaches over a long period, and it's highly relevant to that consideration, so I agree with that.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And just to round that out somewhat, because Ms. Tepani and I discussed the provisions last night, I think we read the provisions that the Minister is asking for differently than Ms. Sweetman does.
Yeah, thank you.
Just to finish that off, just a legal and technical question, and again, it only twigged to me when Ms. Tepani and I were discussing it, is that the Ministry have asked for those provisions which are attached to a further submission. Their substantive submission related to the transport links, and they provided a further submission in relation to Mr. Jackson and somebody else, I think, really about density provisions, and then said, by the way, here are the changes we'd like. And as you would know, a further submission can simply support or oppose. So I just question whether there's a legal issue in relation to that. And again, I only twigged that when I looked at it last night. I think the only other thing we'd like you to cover off, and I'm sure you have or will, in terms of that whole issue of this externality, a lot of the submitters we heard from raised this issue about why haven't the applicant addressed the noise that will be associated with urban development, and why wasn't there a specific report on that? I have my own view why in terms of urbanisation, but it would be quite useful for you just to cover that off, because it seemed to be an issue that a lot of submitters were saying, well, surely before you urbanise you must understand the noise environment that's going to affect everybody else. So if you could just cover that off, that would be helpful to us.
Thank you.
And I think those are the only sort of specific issues, other than you've been here for the whole time and you'll understand what the issues are to cover off in your reply and with Mr. Lyle's provisions. So thank you for that. Just before we close, can we just come to Miss Day, just from the council perspective, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. To some extent, Mr. Massan's taken a little bit of my thunder, but essentially from the Council's perspective, I just would like to thank the panel for the very professional way in which you've conducted the hearing. I have certainly heard from a number of parties that they've appreciated the manner in which you've undertaken it. I'd also like to just say a thank you to the other reporting officers, the reporting team, the back office team, who have put a huge volume of work into this. And also I would like to thank the submitters for their time and effort of coming along, of attending and showing up and providing a very clear community view of this private plan change application. I also would like to thank the applicants. They have undertaken and committed to a very robust process for this plan change process, and also acknowledge Ngāti Koata and the development consortium here, who have turned up day after day to listen to the concerns, some of the very technical matters, to really understand what some of the major concerns are for the community and what will have to be addressed as we go through this not only the plan change process but the subsequent development process of the subdivision. So thank you very much. In terms of the next steps, from a council perspective, I just want to remind everyone that we will continue to update the Shape Nelson website with information or documents as we receive them. That will include the right of reply, and that the sort of next major procedural step will be for the commissioners to provide their recommendation to the council. The council will then subsequently make a decision. And we are aware that this is of a particular interest to the community and the developers, and our goal is to sort of move this along as efficiently as we can. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms Day. Again, I just need to add, before we close off, I just need to add my thanks to everybody. The other thing I'd really like to acknowledge is the respectful way that the submitters approached the hearing, and despite not liking a number, stuck to time and didn't make my life too difficult. So thank you for that. I'd really like to thank Tony too and your team. Having run this hearing now with 2 commissioners having to be out of the room, Ms Sweetman having to be out of the room, other people coming in, so thank you too, because these hearings these days function really well with technology. And also particularly want to thank Ms McShay for her work. This is her first hearing, so I think she's done a fantastic job, so thank you very much for that. Thank you very much, so I'll hand over to you.
Tēnā koe. Before I begin my closing statement, I too would like to thank, on behalf of the PPC 28 applicants, to thank the panel of commissioners, Commissioners Hill, Rat, Tapania and Mark Brown, and also to wish a speedy recovery to Commissioners Tapania and Mark Brown, and thank you both for your continued involvement despite catching COVID. We'd also, as applicants, like to acknowledge the wisdom of the expert conferencing approach to the efficient and effective management of the hearing process, so thank you very much for that. We'd also like to thank our team of experts for their responsiveness, advice and guidance, our expert planner, Mark Lyle, for his tireless efforts and expertise, which isn't ended yet for any of our team of experts, and of course our expert lawyer, John Mason, for his wisdom, guidance and insights. We'd also like to thank the NCC team and experts and Gina Sweetman, who is also coping with COVID, so thank you very much for your efforts there, Gina, much appreciated, for your contribution and ongoing efforts to ensure the right and best outcome is achieved, which is what we all want. Nā mihi nui kia koutou katoa. In closing, just to reiterate, my name is Hemi Toia and I work for Ngāti Koata as Chief Executive for its commercial arm Koata Limited. I also represent Koata Limited as a shareholder director on CCKV, the Maitahi entity making this private plan application, with our neighbouring landowner, the Bayview entity. From a Ngāti Koata perspective, I need to lighten some emotional burden, so I'll do that very importantly and briefly. Cultural appropriation. Ngāti Koata Kaumātua noted the abundant use of te reo Māori in many submitters against this private plan change. While the liberal use of te reo Māori is appreciated, Ngāti Koata Kaumātua expressed great dismay in the way it was used and the context. In the expert view of Ngāti Koata Kaumātua, this cultural appropriation of our language, songs and practices was not appropriate and was in reality highly offensive to Ngāti Koata. A second point, assertion of privilege. From the past few days of submissions, a very common theme emerged that I can summarise this way. We want to walk and or drive our car into the Maitahi Valley and enjoy the recreational opportunities and make as much joyful noise as we like. But we don't want new families driving into their new homes in Kāka Valley and creating noise pollution with lawn mowers and leaf blowers. This privileged hypocrisy is polluting. Talking about noise pollution, the silence on Ngāti Koata's right and opportunity to connect with its ancestral land and to be involved in a housing development for Ngāti Koata families on its land was deafening. I need to set an important context for my closing statement today. On the 21st of December 2012, Ngāti Koata signed a deed of settlement with the Crown. This deed of settlement included the following apology. In part, the Crown apologises to Ngāti Koata for its failure to ensure Ngāti Koata retains sufficient land for their future needs. This apology is not based on uninformed opinion or quasi-expert opinion. It is based on thoroughly researched, proven and established fact. And we have heard a great deal from submitters about the history of the Maitahi Valley, the recent European history. Unfortunately, the Māori history that predated the submitters' history was conveniently ignored. Is the Māori history of little significance? So in the context of the Crown's apology for its failure to ensure Ngāti Koata retains sufficient land for their future needs, I will discuss two key themes. One, the Maitahi Valley as a recreational treasure. 2, housing via new development or intensification. So my first theme, the Maitahi Valley as a recreational treasure. Ngāti Koata agree. The Maitahi Valley is absolutely a treasure. Nelson City owns sports fields and access to swimming holes in what has been referred to as the lower Maitahi Valley. All of these valuable community amenities will continue to be available. This private plan change will not change that. What submitters conveniently forget or ignore is that the rest of the Maitahi Valley, hundreds of hectares of land used for recreational purposes by walkers, runners and bikers, think Codgers, Maitahi, Fringed Hill, Maitahi Face, Sharlands, is land that is all owned by Ngāti Koata, land that Ngāti Koata currently allow public use and enjoyment of. Community expectation fulfilled by Ngāti Koata generosity. Kaka Valley, however, is privately owned land and is not accessible for recreational purposes. This private plan change could change that. I have heard submitters proclaim a distorted view that the Maitahi Valley and Kaka Valley is my park. Well, let me clarify the truth. Just like your piece of land, your beautiful green backyard is not my park, Kaka Valley is not your park. Access to and use of what is correctly claimed as your park, land owned by Nelson City Council, will not change. Your children and your children's children will continue to enjoy these treasured natural recreational facilities, as will my children and my children's children. Ngāti Koata, as iwi, as tangata whenua, have an obligation and an inherited responsibility to do the right and best thing by the environment we live in and are connected to. I do acknowledge that having a beautiful green area to recreate, to enjoy quiet and peaceful recreation, is good for one's health and well-being. But I am of a stronger opinion that having a home to live in and an area to recreate and relax in is even more important for one's health and well-being. Current and future children of Nelson need warm, healthy homes to live in, like, no doubt, most of those who have opposed PPC 28 already do. Second theme, housing via new development or intensification. Ngāti Koata's clear view is that both types of development are needed as part of normal growth and housing provision. It is not a matter of one or the other. Both have their own unique challenges and opportunities. If approved, the applicants for PPC 28 will deliver new housing on this greenfield new development. Objectors wish to further deny Ngāti Koata the privilege to provide housing on land it owns. Objectors to this application have espoused the many negative impacts of greenfield developments and argued strongly against greenfield development. I wonder if these same individuals have taken their passionate arguments and objected to all other greenfield developments in Nelson, or even their own greenfield developments. I believe not. Why would that be, I wonder? I also wonder how many of their own homes were built on land, even rural land, that had a plan change and or was subdivided. I also noted that some key people behind a campaign to stop this plan change proudly announced that they actually live in the Maitahi Valley. On land, no doubt, that was at some time rural land and subdivided. What a privilege. Many submitters also stated that this development is in the wrong place. I therefore ask, where is the right place? Is it anywhere but in my backyard? Anywhere but in my park, which in reality is not your park? Access to land is the key for Ngāti Koata's housing strategy. I'll repeat that. Access to land is the key for Ngāti Koata's housing strategy. Remember the Crown apology? Its failure to ensure Ngāti Koata retains sufficient land for their future needs. That future is now. Yes, intensification is an option for increasing housing supply, but is not a solution for Ngāti Koata housing needs. This private plan change creates an opportunity for Ngāti Koata who have the desire, the financial resources and partner expertise to deliver an outstanding housing development for Ngāti Koata and the community of Nelson. Ngāti Koata whānau, like Kimiora, also dream of the privilege of owning their own home. In closing, I reiterate in part the vision Ngāti Koata and our partners have for the Kaka Valley. A vibrant community that connects with and enhances its natural environment and setting. A vibrant community that connects with each other, people connecting with people. A place families will call home. A place where families will be able to buy their first home, their next home, their last home. And a place where people will connect with tangata whenua socially, culturally and environmentally. It is my view and Ngāti Koata's view that this private plan change 28 be approved. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Nō reira, tēnā tātou katoa.
Kia ora. Kia ora. Thank you, everyone. We're adjourned. Thank you very much.
Kia ora. That's good.
I think we should.
Yeah, you're right.
We both had the same team.
We did. It's amazing.
We never talked to each other.
No.